One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Hello, everybody. Second good morning. If you joined me earlier on the show, just want to say thank you for tuning in to prayer meeting this morning. It was pretty awesome. And today, just to let you know what's on tap for today. Today, had some things planned. I'm going to push that back. There was a press conference that just took place moments ago with the Department of Justice talking about a terrorist attack that they were able to foil. So I'd like to go ahead and play that. So that, hold on, let me get this, getting it queued up for you. 1 second, because it literally just happened, and yeah, okay, so they're about to walk out, and you'll see them when they walk out, but they foiled a terrorist attack attempt this morning, or actually yesterday. Ashley sent it to me. There was some more people from that part of the world. You know what part I'm talking about. We're planning a terrorist attack in Los Angeles for New Year's Eve. Let me just make sure it's coming. Yeah, for New Year's Eve. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. We need to be ready. We need to understand what exactly, well, we should at this point know what kind of threat these people mean to us, and especially this time of year. Right now we're in, the happiest, the most wonderful time of the year, celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ, and this is the time these people want to strike. We have a lot of soft targets, churches, special events, things of that nature. Be very, very careful. Have your head on a swivel. Look for anything that doesn't look like it's not supposed to be there. And one thing I always tell you, and Robin knows it, always know where the exits are. Always know your escape route in case something happens. You're not going to have time to think about it when it happens, so think about it before it happens. They're going to be walking out any second. Think about it before it actually happens. When you walk into a restaurant, see where your exits are. And if you see people hanging around the exits and they might be doing something nefarious like locking the exits, look, see what's happening. If you go into a grocery store, everybody knows how you come in and go out. Make sure you know the back exits. you go to an event, wherever you're going to be seated, just look around. It only takes you like 5 or 10 minutes. Just look around, see where you are, and see how you're going to get out of this thing if something goes south. They're preparing, which means you have to prepare. It's on you. Don't wait for the police. Don't think the police are going to help plan your exit. Don't think that there's any first responder that's going to be there when the poop hits the fan. It's on you. And I try to impart that upon everybody. It's like, just keep your eyes open. All right, we're going to take this and then I'll start the show. This is, I believe, Los Angeles. Yeah, Los Angeles. Here we go.
Okay, I think we have everybody. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akil Davis, Assistant Director in Charge of FBI Los Angeles. I'm going to announce our speakers in order. It will be First Assistant United States Attorney Bill Asaley, myself, then Chief of Police Jim McDonald, Sheriff Robert Luna, and then Chief of Police for Palm Springs Police Department. So without further, I'm going to turn over to the United States Attorney.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Asaley. I'm the head of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California. Over the weekend, my office, along with the FBI, arrested members of a far-left, anti-government domestic terror cell who self-identify as the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The individuals were arrested on Friday, December 12th, when the group attempted to construct and detonate IEDs out in the desert. In addition to the arrests, we executed several search warrants throughout the nation. I want to thank our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Louisiana, U.S. Attorney Zach Keller, and the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Lee Foley, for providing valuable assistance over the weekend with a very complex and coordinated search warrants that were done. The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice. This investigation was initiated in part due to the September 2025 executive order signed by President Trump to root out left-wing domestic terror organizations in our country, such as Antifa and other radical groups like the Turtle Island Liberation Front. As the president made clear, recent attacks across the country have highlighted the grave threats posed by these far-left domestic terror groups. These threats are sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, and direct policy outcomes and prevent the proper functioning of a democratic society. In direct response to the President's order, the Attorney General issued a memo to our offices implementing and mobilizing federal law enforcement to prioritize and counter domestic terrorism and political violence investigations. As a result of those directives, we built this case. Both my office and the FBI have invested substantial resources into investigating and charging these organizations. And if anyone does not believe that members of these groups are organized, sophisticated, and extremely violent, let me tell you about the plot in this case. The four defendants are Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. The pictures, I think we have them somewhere. We'll put them up here. Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Dante Gaffield, 24. And Tina Lay, 41. Each from the Los Angeles area. Each is charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device in violation of Title 26, United States Code Section 5861D. We intend to file additional charges in the coming weeks as we finish reviewing the evidence. The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which according to their own social media is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a member of the Order of the Black Lotus. Carol described this group to her co-conspirators as everything radical. As detailed in the federal complaint, which we will now make public, in November 2025, defendant Carol created a detailed bombing plot to use explosive devices to attack 5 or more locations across Southern California on this upcoming New Year's Eve. Carol and her co-defendant, Zachary Page, led the effort to obtain and build the bombs and to recruit others to join in their plot. Carol's bomb plot was explicit. It included a step-by-step instructions to build IEDs or improvised explosive devices and listed multiple targets across Orange County and Los Angeles. Carol also made clear her desires. She said, quote, "What we are doing will be considered a terrorist act." Carol and Page also discussed plans for follow-up attacks after their bombings, which included plans to target ICE agents and vehicles with pipe bombs. Carol stated that those plans would, quote, "take some of them out and scare the rest." Throughout early December, the co-conspirators discussed their plans during an in-person meeting in Los Angeles and through an encrypted messaging application. As part of the plan, the 4 defendants planned to build test bombs in the Mojave Desert. You're going to hear more details about the bombs they intended to build and how the operation went down in the desert here shortly from the FBI Assistant Director in charge. In preparation for the plan, the co-conspirators purchased multiple pieces of bomb-making materials and discussed their travel plans to the desert. Last Friday, December 12th, the defendants took a significant step to carry out their plans. They traveled to the remote campsite, which you're going to see some video of, in the desert, and they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device. Shortly after the defendants were taken into custody, the FBI executed multiple search warrants, including at the defendants' Southern California residence and other locations throughout the country. I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carol's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine," and, quote, "Death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front." In Page's residence, law enforcement found a copy of the detailed bomb attack plan. This case is another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to public safety and the rule of law. Through the tireless work of our prosecutors in my office and our law enforcement partners, which you will hear from today, we disrupted this terror plot before buildings were demolished or innocent people were killed. But this is not the end of our work. My office is committed to extinguishing the far-left terror threats that we face, and will continue to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 4 defendants arrested will make their initial appearance this afternoon at the federal court in downtown Los Angeles. They are each considered innocent until proven guilty. I will now turn it over to the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI LA office, Akil Davis.
Good morning. Again, my name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Division. As we're all aware, we've had a busy weekend in this country and abroad with bad news incidents one after another. Today, we are announcing a major victory in our collective effort to protect the American people. The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force intercepted a scheme by members of a violent extremist group we believed determined to detonate explosives at multiple businesses on New Year's Eve. Last Friday, the FBI arrested 4 of those subjects near 29 Palms in San Bernardino County while they planned and rehearsed their attack. The 4 subjects are members of a radical faction of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, TILF, a violent, homegrown anti-government group. The subject arrested envisioned planting backpacks with improvised explosive devices to be detonated at multiple locations in Southern California, targeting U.S. companies. These bombs were to blow up at the same time on midnight this New Year's Eve. The plan stated that the IEDs would be complex pipe bombs, It included instructions on how to manufacture the bombs and contained guidance on how to avoid leaving evidence behind that could be traced back to them. Our investigation uncovered evidence in that the group would test the explosives in the desert. And we're going to show footage of that here in a second. We learned that the alleged co-conspirators had recently started acquiring precursor chemicals and other items necessary to accomplish this task. In recent days, the alleged co-conspirators discussed plans to travel to the desert on the 12th to detonate the explosives. Knowing this, the FBI's JTTF and the FBI Los Angeles field office staged multiple SWAT teams, special agent bomb technicians, our evidence response team, along with the FBI's elite hostage rescue team in the desert to disrupt this plan before any harm could occur. Because of this, we were able to disrupt their plan. All 4 group members were taken into custody without incident. The TILF Instagram account publicly posts content that advocates for violence against United States officials. A recent post called for a revolution and asked for supporters to organize and be ready. The FBI, as you have seen here, can also organize and be ready. We could not have accomplished these arrests without the exceptional assistance from our partners on the Joint Terrorism Task Force. I specifically want to thank the following agencies, as you see up here today: the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Palm Springs Police Department, along with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. I also want to recognize the following FBI field offices as this investigation crossed the entire country: the New Orleans Division, the Buffalo Division, Indianapolis Division, and the Boston Division, who, as you all know, have had their hands full this weekend. In fact, an additional was arrested by our partners at FBI New Orleans in support of this investigation. I will now turn it over to the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald.
Well, thank you, and good morning, and we appreciate you being here today. Los Angeles Police Department is proud to stand alongside our federal, state, and local partners today to announce the arrest stemming from a coordinated domestic terror plot. The case underscores the persistent threat posed by extremist groups and individuals, as well as the critical need for law enforcement agencies to remain vigilant in protecting our communities. The successful disruption of this plot is a powerful testament to the strength of our unified response, driven by the collaboration and tireless efforts of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, along with our allied agencies. Together, we have prevented a potential tragedy and reaffirmed our shared commitment to safeguarding our communities. I want to personally thank the dedicated men and women from every agency involved. Their relentless work over the past several days has ensured that those responsible were apprehended swiftly and safely and without harm to our neighborhoods. Thank you. I'm going to call up Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Robert Luna.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here to cover this, what I believe is a very, very important story for our community. This successful operation was a result of quick, proactive investigative work, and I want to emphasize strong collaboration. And ADIC, Akil Davis, mentioned it and gave credit to all the law enforcement here in Southern California. It is better here, it always has been, than anywhere else in the country, and we're very proud to be part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. For us at the Sheriff's Department, we've been part of it since after 9/11. Their ability to share intelligence across multiple agencies, investigating threats like this one, is second to none anywhere else. The way we coordinate with partner agencies and act quickly was critical to the success of this operation. And like I said before, there's no other area like here in LA County with our partnership that has been here for years with the FBI and LAPD and the other law enforcement agencies around us. Since this threat was uncovered last week, our Sheriff's Task Force officers and intelligence analysts working closely with our law enforcement partners have been working around the clock to verify information, identify targets, and piece together this plot that you've heard described. Their strong investigative efforts, sharp situational awareness, and rapid response ensured that this threat was stopped before it ever had a chance to be carried out. I'm incredibly proud of the professionalism and dedication shown by the men and women who work tirelessly to bring this threat to an end before it could cause harm to anybody in our community. To our community, I know hearing about these incidents like this can be unsettling, especially in the light of the recent Brown University mass shooting and the Sydney, Australia terrorist attack. But today serves as a powerful reminder that strong collaboration between federal, state, and local law enforcement can prevent violence before it occurs. As we enter the holiday season, a time when families and friends come together across traditions, cultures, and beliefs, this incident is a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and to be prepared at all times. Vigils whose goal is to divide us, to instill fear, and to target the very diversity that makes our country strong. I want to be very clear, what you see here, this investigative work and the follow-up that's been done shows that they will not succeed. Our community's diversity is our strength, and protecting every member of our community is our primary duty. Whether you are celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, New Year's, or simply gathering with loved ones, you deserve to feel safe. We are committed to ensuring that safety today and every day. We remain dedicated to protecting our entire community through ongoing intelligence gathering and threat assessments, strengthening partnerships across all of our agencies, engaging with the public to promote awareness, vigilance, and resilience. And finally, I encourage everyone to stay alert, trust your instincts, and report suspicious activity. And as we always say in law enforcement, if you see something, read something, or say something, your awareness, your eyes, and ears can help us protect the entire community as we did in this incident. I will now introduce the police chief of the Palm Springs Police Department, Andy Mills.
Well, good morning, and first of all, thank you so much, Assistant Director Davis, for the spectacular job that the FBI did on this case. We were just in a very supportive role, only making sure that the FBI had what they needed in the desert to execute their mission. But on a larger perspective, I just want our community to know that this gives me hope. It gives me hope because of the unified effort of all of law enforcement, from the Sheriff's Office to LAPD, San Bernardino Sheriffs, and the FBI, working together to make sure that people like this are removed from the community so they can be prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office, to make sure that all of us can live in peace. And this is what our mission is to make sure that there's hope in all of our communities. So thank you very much for the spectacular job that the A-team showed up and did.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that obviously there's some disagreements amongst our agencies over things like immigration enforcement, but when it comes to other areas of law enforcement where it matters to keep the public safe, whether that's protecting the girls on Figueroa Street or the Palm Springs investigation, there is no gap in the cooperation between the federal government and local government, and we do thank the sheriff, the police chiefs for your valuable assistance. It would be very difficult for us to do a lot of what we do without their assistance, so I do want to thank you, each and every one of you. With that, we'll open it up to a few questions. Oh, we're going to play the video. All right, play the video. And this is, the video is, do you want to describe the video?
Yeah, I'll describe the video. So, as I mentioned in my talking points, on December 12th, a group of individuals, again, members of this anti-government group, traveled out to the desert to test their explosive devices. They had precursor chemicals there, and they were going to create these bombs in the desert. What they are starting to do is put their chemicals and wares and the components out on the table there. This footage that you're watching is from our surveillance plane, and then what happened after this is the Los Angeles FBI SWAT team, along with the FBI's hostage rescue team, moved in and arrested all 4 subjects without incident.
So now we'll take some questions. Yeah, we're not naming the victim companies, but I'll generally describe them as logistic centers. You can think of like Amazon-type logistic centers, but we're not naming the specific companies at this time.
Can you elaborate on the locations?
There were at least 5 locations that they intended to target within Orange County and Los Angeles County. Again, we're not giving out the specific sites, but they were willing and wanting to do more if they could recruit more members to their radical efforts there.
You mentioned the arrest in New Orleans. Do you guys think that there are other people involved? And you mentioned some other locations.
There are definitely more members to this group. As far as who was specifically involved in this New Year's Eve terror plot, we believe we've arrested all the members who were specifically involved in that particular plot. We did execute search warrants to people who are also part of this group. As we review that evidence, if we determine that there are any other individuals who knew about this or provided any assistance, we will obviously be charging them as well. Person arrested in Louisiana is not directly tied to this incident, but he is a member of this group. And when they executed the search warrant out there, he posed a great threat to the agents. He threatened the agents, and so that's why he's under arrest.
Do you believe the warning would have happened on New Year's Eve, or do you think there's going to be others that are still planning to go forward with something?
Well, obviously, the FBI has a very robust national security investigators. They look out for domestic terrorism as well as international terrorism. Do you want to talk more about your activities with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
So this investigation is ongoing, as the United States just stated. Members of this group or associates of this group or any collaborators in this group, we are looking at as a result of this investigation. To answer your question, we do believe that we have disrupted this plot for New Year's Eve, but like I said, the investigation is ongoing.
As far as we're always looking. We're always looking for other people who might be plotting or doing this. And let this be a warning. If you can avoid being detected by the FBI or the federal government, if you think you're going to be able to design one of these plots, think again. We have very sophisticated, experienced agents, and we will find you, and we will infiltrate you, and we will arrest you, as we did with this group. They didn't see it coming, and each and every one of them is right now in custody. So we're very proud of the work done by the agents. Yes, any other questions?
The names are done, the stipulations are done. What's the relationship?
I'm
The name of the operation.
Yeah, just the name.
It's just a name.
Looks like one of the names is missing from the people who were arrested. Are you able to talk about it?
Yeah, why is that name off? I think that was a.
That information is on that page, which you should have by now.
That's Page. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, if they wanted to.
Did you want it?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. It's Captain Mike Land from Media Relations Division. As I discussed earlier with you guys, the chief has agreed to give you an update on the tragedy at the Reiner family home. Just understand this is based on some updates of the tireless work of our investigators from last night and through the night. We're still at the very early stage of this investigation, but again, Chief's prepared to answer any questions and give you a brief update. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Bland. As he said, the information at this stage is still limited, but I'll share what we can. First of all, our hearts go out to the family and friends of the Reiners' a tragic incident. Yesterday at December 14th, about 3:40 in the afternoon, LAPD responded to a residence, the residence of Rob and Michelle Reiner, located in West Los Angeles Division. At that location, they found 2 deceased adults, a male and a female. Through the night, working with the coroner's office, they were able to identify them definitively as Rob and Michelle Reiner. We have our robbery homicide division handling the investigation. They worked throughout the night on this case and were able to take into custody Nick Reiner, a suspect in this case. He was subsequently booked for murder and is being held on $4 million bail. Pretty much that's what I can share at this point, but again, a very, very tragic incident.
Can you talk about, I know Deputy Hamilton talked about the search warrant and how important that was because of something inside. Can you talk about where that played a role in this and what you guys needed in order to enact it?
Yeah, we use search warrants to be able to further our investigation, as you know, on all of these cases. I wouldn't be in a position to talk specifically about what the object of the search warrant was, but it's a critical piece of our investigations to be able to ensure down the road a prosecution. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everybody.
You know, just before we started this, I told you that, excuse me, that you better assess your situation where you go someplace. And after watching that video, I sat back in horror. I sat back and went, these people are actively trying to destroy our way of life. It was interesting to me, unless I didn't hear it, maybe you guys heard it, I didn't hear anybody ask whether those people that were putting the bombs together were legal or not. I may have missed it, but if you heard them ask that question, let me know in the chat, because I didn't see that. I didn't hear them ask that, so maybe I missed it. I was clicking buttons and stuff, so maybe I did miss it. But I'd love to know if these people were legal or, you know, not supposed to be here. But in any event, where'd they get the chemicals? Where'd they get the money? Where'd they get the time? What the hell is going on? I can't tell you. But they only have to, as has been said about terrorists, they only have to be right once. We have to be right all the time. We got to make the right decisions everywhere we go. Okay, so we stopped this one. What's the next one? They are not going to stop. You can count on it. Somebody somewhere is planning something right now. You're just going to have to make sure that you're ready and you've covered yourself with the armor of God, because my goodness, these people want to destroy us. They want to destroy our way of life. You notice what he said. It was anti-capitalism. I don't know if these people are homegrown. I'm looking in the chat. Yeah, some people are like, they didn't hear it. Nope, you didn't hear it. They never asked the right questions, is exactly what Lisa said. That was the first question I would ask. Excuse me, where are they from? What do they look like? Nope, don't want to tell us, huh? No, and somebody else had mentioned, where are the mug shots? Let us see what's going on. And then, you know, by omission, you have to realize, yeah, we're probably right. We are probably right. Even though the names didn't sound weird, the names sound like, you know, everyday American names. Okay, somebody said they put up the pictures and they were all American looking. The video was on the wall behind them. I didn't see that. And I might have been looking away. It's very possible. I wasn't paying attention, but I didn't hear it. Didn't hear it. And so I'm glad some of you guys may have heard it. I didn't hear it. So anyway, it's scary. It's scary. I don't know what's going on in the political climate. And, you know, if you were here during the prayer meeting, I don't care that Rob Reiner was anti-Trump. I don't care that he hated us. As a human, as a Christian, I hope he's going to the right place. I don't think anybody deserves that. Even though I'm probably sure Rob Reiner, should that have happened to Trump, would have probably been posting something nasty. But I'm not going to go down that route. I don't want my head to be in that dark space where, you know, I wish that kind of thing on anybody. We don't. We shouldn't. You know, President Trump posted something today, and a lot of people are kind of looking side-eye at it. I could bring it up. And I just want to caution you about this. Because a lot of people are criticizing President Trump for saying this. I'm just going to show it to you, and then you guys can take it however you want, and I'll give you my opinion. He said, a very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. And there were some people being critical of that. I didn't like it at first. I'm like, come on, man, the guy just got his neck. In case you guys don't know, both he and his wife had their throats slit. Evil kid, which, well, that's another story when the rest of the story comes out, and I think you're going to hear some of this stuff in the rest of the story, what was going on with this kid or young man. But, you know, people are like, our president shouldn't say something like that. And I'm not going to, I don't want to always seem like I'm supporting President Trump even when he does something wrong, because I personally don't like what he said. That being said, I also don't know what has happened in the background with him and Mr. Reiner. See, that we don't know the full story. We see the topical stuff, but obviously President Trump feels like, yeah, okay, he's gone, and doesn't really have any feeling whatsoever about what happened, which some people would say is, you know, isn't the situation or his stance to take as a president. And I'm going to say one thing about that, and it's the same reason why I think things are going to happen in a big way. So let me tell you about this. He knows that there are people out there who wish him ill. They wish for his businesses, his property, his family, his marriage, his life, all to end. They don't even want him breathing the same air that we breathe. They don't want him walking in public. They would think nothing if something were to happen to him. And when I read that, it upset me. I'm like, dude, take a step back, put the phone down, breathe. And then the other side of me was, every single day, there are people out there who have been trying to do everything up to and including taking my life. And I had to sit back and go, I've never lived in that perspective. I have never lived from the perspective of all of these people don't just want me unelected, they wish me ill. They wish my family ill. They wish my businesses ill. And we've never seen this as far as I can remember. I didn't want Obama dead. I didn't want Michelle Obama dead. Although I think he pilfered millions. He didn't really have a business to go after. But these people on the left right now, they want him destroyed. They don't want him walking the face of the earth. And so I don't know what kind of letters, communications, emails, phone calls, or anything that went on behind the scene. Remember, at one point, who was it? Johnny Depp said, can you really blame us if we were to, do an Abraham Lincoln on him? And I remember Madonna saying, I wish somebody would blow up the White House. And they just walk along like nothing ever happened. They can say whatever they want. And I have to understand that Donald Trump is a human. Besides all the titles, besides all the accolades, every single day somebody is taking a metaphorical shot or a real shot at him. And I have to wonder, how much could I take if I were him? How many other cheeks do I have to turn? At some point, am I just like, F you all? Seriously, F every single one of you. And then I sat back and realized maybe that's the point where he is right now. You, F y'all. And then that made me realize at that point, it's what I've been telling you. If he has this much anger after a man just had his throat slit, those of you who think that nothing is going to happen, you might want to reread this. You might want to see a man who's looking at somebody who just had he and his wife's throat slit, not have one F to give. This tells you what's going on in his head. And it should tell you there's something coming. Because there's anger inside of him. Righteous anger, I feel. Even though I would have never written that, and I feel bad that he put that out there in public because now people are going to, trash him. Again, I am not some sycophant that just went, hey man, that was kind of harsh. He didn't have to go there. But he did. And that should tell each one of us, I ain't got one F to give to these people. I'm done placating them. I'm done with it. And so be sure I am not just going to sit idly by and nothing is going to happen. See, Pam Bondi wasn't at that press conference. So all of you people who, if you're in the chat, well, Bondi's not doing anything. Well, guess what? The guy who's standing on the stage answers to Pam Bondi. She was completely involved in what just happened. She just saved lives. Let that dwell inside. As you're seeing these things happen, understand they work under her direction. She has been made and was apprised of this. And she saved with her units lives. So, I mean, there's so much going on behind the scenes we don't know. And I get sick of people on X and Twitter talking crap because they're not in the know. They're looking back, they're looking from afar and trying to pass judgment on what's going on. And it's obvious after just watching that video of those people running around in the desert trying to put bombs together, there's so much going on we don't know. And this weekend should have proved it to you. This weekend, you probably have seen the videos of these guys using humans as target practice. They want people dead. And we're worried about Candace Owens and maroon shirts. Whew. Save us. All right, so I've got Kevin Demerit from Lear Capital coming up at 1 o'clock. And I've got something I want to show you before Kevin comes on. And let's see, first here, let me tell you about, what do I have here? All right. Did you know that U.S. life expectancy peaked at 78 years in 2014? And global life expectancy is declining for the first time in 30 years because people are aging faster than ever before. This is due to more toxins in the air, chemicals in our soil and food, and other external factors that are new to us. What most people don't know is that we can actually fight aging on a cellular level. And in doing so, obviously, there are many studies that show you this, but if you look at this anti-aging study that was put out, it shows you that scientists discovered that kimchi actually slows the aging process of human cells, helping protect them and delay aging at the cellular level. The power of nature can outweigh the power of pharmaceuticals. I don't like putting any drugs into my system. That's why I'm stacked up with all kinds of supplements here, and I don't deal with pharmaceuticals. I don't want to take drugs I don't need to. And kimchi, you can do all this without the nasty side effects, and you can get all the benefits of kimchi in a single capsule with Kimchi 1. Each capsule delivers over 900 probiotic strains plus antioxidants and enzymes that support your digestion, your metabolism, and your skin health from the inside out. As we age, we become more susceptible to microbial threats. Kimchi 1 is a natural antimicrobial, helping your body fight off harmful bacteria, viruses, and even toxins, while boosting immunity and your energy. Best of all, Kimchi 1 is 100% made in the United States. It's all natural and non-GMO. Support your gut, protect your cells, and feel younger every day with Kimchi 1 from Brightcore. And if you'd like to get Kimchi 1 from Brightcore, you can get it today. You can get an exclusive offer by clicking the link in the description, or you can use the link on screen, mybrightcore.com/Barry, for 25% off your entire order, or for an even better deal, call them my friends at Brightcore, up to 50% off your order if you give them a call. They'll educate you on what the product can actually do for you. So give them a call now at 888-418-6738. And you'll also get free shipping. So that's a good deal. Good deal. Give them a call, 888-418-6738. So I'm going to play my promo, and we gave away the fishing trip last week. But I'm going to leave, I think it's still open today because we're going to give it away, another one tonight. Actually, I'll wait till tomorrow to give you guys a chance, if you see this on replay, to sign up. Because the guy who won, or lady, I'm not sure if it's female or male, they live here in South Florida. So I'm not going to have to pay a plane ticket and maybe not even a hotel. So in that regards, I'm like, you know what? We might as well do another one. We might as well give out another chance at winning. So get in there and sign up.
Hey everybody, Barry has a couple things to let you know about. Fanfare is giving away a free fishing trip. We're going to fly you and a guest down to South Florida for a 3-day, 2-night getaway. You'll go on a deep-sea fishing trip with Robin. And Barry and Robin will take you and your guest out to dinner. To enter to win, go to fanfareshop.org/fishing. It's easy and it's free to enter. Second, if you'd like to join our private group on X, go to fanfareshop.org/group and join 18,000 fellow patriots. It's a safe space for patriots as it's curated and moderated. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/group. One more thing, if you'd like to be a part of the show, submit a 60-second video by going to fanfareshop.org/submit video. Last, but certainly not least, if you'd like to request a free Bible, please go to fanfareshop.org/Bible. We have a long list, but we're getting them out as soon as we can. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/Bible. Thanks for being a part of the Fanfare family. Now back to the show.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
So I just wanted to give you a little bit of housekeeping before I surprise you with it. Probably, I don't know, midweek, maybe next week, going to do an intro part of the show. And the intro part of the show is I'm going to lead off every show. We're going to do the intro music. And then once the intro music is done, we're going to do like a headline news section. So that, for the first, 10 or 15 minutes, we'll cover stuff that's headline news. It may not be Trump or politically related, like the Rob Reiner killing and things of that kind of things. And maybe we could talk about Erica Kirk and Candace Owens deciding to have some sort of powwow. So we'll spend like 10 or 15 minutes talking about news, and then we'll jump into the actual show. Might be fun. So Kevin is due up in 11 minutes, but before then, I want to show you something that happened over the weekend. It should make your buttons burst. Should make you proud to be an American. Check this stuff out here.
For over 250 years, the United States Navy has ruled the seas as a relentless force of power and freedom. USS Constitution was the spark that ignited a legacy of dominance that surges across every ocean today.
One-handed grab at midfield. To the outside, touchdown Navy. Blake, quarterback, is gone. Touchdown Navy. Pitch is bad, and Navy's on it! In a race, he's gonna win it! They're both up loose, and Navy's got it! Diving forward for the end zone! Touchdown! Who punches it in? And a one-handed catch! 10-5! Touchdown! Alex Testa! Intercepted! Got first down, he breaks free! Touchdown, Navy!
frigates forged a nation's strength upon the open sea, and their spirit endures in every sailor who carries their creed. Don't give up the ship.
It pissed me off because I watched these young men and women who are going through the Naval Academy, and I got to that part in the video when it said, "Don't give up the ship," and I recall what the seditious six were saying when they were trying to tell people not to listen to their commanding officers, don't take orders. And I'm like, these young men and women who are developing the skills to be America's greatest are fighting soldiers, men and women, and you got these idiots in Washington trying to tell them, don't do what you're being trained to do, which to me is seditious, is treasonous. And thank God there were so many of these people we saw over the weekend that just made you just burn up with passion.
Back when life felt simpler, we were all moving through the same small world. Same schools, same streets, same choices. It was a time when everything carried an air of innocence. Or at least it felt that way. Because even then, there were choices to make.
Taylor, I'm fine. No, you're not.
Little ones.
Let me give you a hand.
Quiet ones. The kind that shape who you become before anyone's really watching. Even in a time of our lives.
Hey, are you okay? Really, Katie?
Built on simple choices. There was always a different kind of kid, willing to make the harder choice.
Is that Zach?
Oh, man. So it's no surprise where many of them are now, choosing commitment over comfort, service over self, sacrifice over the ordinary.
We're making such a huge commitment to come here and do something that's bigger than myself and to serve a bigger purpose in life.
The biggest thing about service is the sacrifice. That's not an easy decision to make.
Selfless is what's written on my back, and something I'll carry for the rest of my life.
No one strives to be a hero. It's about little choices every day.
Let me take a look at that.
They made the harder choice early, not because it was easy, not because they wanted praise.
Maybe, huh?
Yep. Start this summer.
But because that's who they are.
So West Point, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
A West Point cadet football player is earning praise for his heroic actions off the field.
Larry! Come on, get him out!
For Army sophomore Larry Pickett Jr., the call to serve came unexpectedly.
We see that there had been a car that ran into a power line.
Without hesitation, he ran towards the danger.
At that point, there's a task at hand. You know it has to get done and get done quickly.
Together with his father, they pulled the unconscious driver from the burning vehicle just moments before it exploded.
He saved you. He pulled you out. There were other people that were there that were just standing around looking. But, you know, if it wasn't for him, his family, I would definitely not be here today.
25 years ago, Ronald Winchester played his final Army-Navy game for the midshipmen.
Well, it's a thrill that your son is out there, and the highlight was playing against his best friend.
And as soon as the game was over, it was back to being brothers and going to conquer things together.
But less than a year later, the world changed forever. In Iraq, an explosion took his life while he was guarding a convoy, serving with the quiet bravery that had defined him since the day he left Annapolis.
My brother had his troops waiting over the bridge, but he told them, do not come, it's dangerous for you. So he saved probably multiple people's lives.
To live in people's hearts is to never die, and that's what this is all about.
Commitment, service. For the women and men of West Point and Annapolis, these words have a much deeper meaning. And that's why today, this game is more than a rivalry. It's a celebration of the young men and women who will soon be asked to give more of themselves than most ever will.
It's the greatest game, period. It's everything.
When you sit there, it's just a different type of feeling. It's the only game that everyone on the field is willing to die for everyone watching.
I mentioned that during the prayer meeting, and that's where I heard it. I was like, I heard it somewhere, and I thought that was such an amazing statement. It's the only sporting event, only football game, where you're at a game and you're in the stands, you're at home watching television. It's the only game where every person on that field is willing to die for you. I'm like, wow, I didn't think about it like that. Every single one of these people in the stands, in the gray or the white or the blues, every kid on the field is there to prepare to die for you. What a statement.
I have to do this.
We knew early on,
Yeah.
even when they were young,
Thanks, man.
Try it now.
they were becoming the kind of men and women
Thank you so much.
who would one day give their best years to something greater than themselves.
Oh, and hey, good luck at West Point. Beat Navy.
Yes, ma'am.
For the 126th time, it's Army-Navy.
Joined now by the Secretary of War, it's Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary, we appreciate your time today. What is this day like for you?
Well, we were just talking before. I'm a football fan like all of you, so I love watching it every Saturday and Sunday, but there's nothing like this day. This is America's Day. The soul of this arena right now is the best of America.
So I'm going to come back to that because I want to finish that. There's a couple more clips I want to show you. But right now, I've got Kevin Demerit from Lear Capital. Go ahead and get your questions because I'm going to take a couple questions at the end as we talk about silver and where we are right now and what's happening. In case you guys haven't been following along, silver has been just going, actually both of them, silver and gold, have been going crazy, and I've had some people that have asked me some questions. Could you get Kevin back on? So I'm going to bring Kevin on here. We're going to talk about this crazy ride that we're seeing right now. I mean, it's amazing. I've been telling you about silver for a year. Since then, it's up over 105 or 106% just since January. And, will this ride continue? I'm not sure. So I'm going to bring in somebody who can probably give us some clarity. Kevin, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Thanks for having me.
Let me just fix your volume. You're a little bit hot. Where are you? Say something.
How am I doing? How's it sound?
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I got you. All right, Kevin. Everybody, in case you don't know, Kevin is the founder of Lear Capital. Been a partner on the show for quite some time, and things are going kind of crazy. And I have to tip my hat to you. You called it dead on. So, early in 2025, you said silver was going to move in a crazy pace. You were actually you said it was going to happen in 2026. You were early. What has happened?
Well, Barry, silver happens to be the most shorted commodity on earth right now. I mean, just everybody was short the silver market. The gold started moving and silver needed to play the catch up. And then all of those shorts just, they had to unwind their positions and go and buy that silver to cover that position. And the silver just started going up and up and up. And you have people like JP Morgan and people like that have huge positions on the short side, and they've had to cover them. So when you think about the paper market, Barry, the paper market trades at 100 to 300 times the amount of the real metal available. If you look at most commodities, it might be 50 times or 100 times. This is 100 to 300 times. So when they're wrong on the opposite side, if they're short the market and they need to buy the metal or even buy that futures contract to replace their short, the prices are going to go through the roof. So you had banks that were short, you had the paper market that was short, you have physical demand in China, India going through the roof. So even a small amount of paper holders that are going to move over to either physical or unwind their position is going to skyrocket the silver market, and that's exactly what's happening right now, and I don't think it's over.
For the people who may not understand what you're saying, what do you mean when you say shorting silver?
Yeah, so everybody understands if you want to buy silver and take advantage of the price appreciation, you're going to buy the actual physical silver and then wait for the increase in the price. When you're shorting the metal, you're actually selling metal that you don't have. So you're able to do this. You're able to sell a futures contract or the physical metal itself if you can find a bank that'll do that, and there's a lot of them out there. You can short it or through an exchange traded fund, quite frankly, and it means that you've shorted something you don't own and you're waiting for the price to come down so you can buy it lower, and that's how you're going to profit. When you short it, you've actually sold that metal though, right? You didn't buy it, you actually sold it and you shorted it. If it goes up, you need to buy it at a higher price and replace that metal. So that's what's happening is the price has started to go up and people are saying, oh my gosh, just like you would if the price was coming down, oh, I might need to sell this thing and get out. They're unwinding the position, meaning they have to buy to unwind that position, and that creates more and more demand. So you had such a lopsided trade at the beginning of the year where there were so many shorts and not enough longs that the shorts are unwinding and the price is going through the roof. And then you have just demand going through the roof from car batteries, solar, China and India are just gobbling up silver like there's no tomorrow.
It's funny. I happen to look over at the comments, and somebody goes, "He uses terms I don't know, but I'm learning." So it made sense to back up and go, "All right, Kevin, what do you mean?" Sure. So that seems like that should almost be illegal. You're selling something you don't have based on a price that really doesn't exist yet, and then if it hits that price, you got to hurry up and go be able to cover your bet per se, and that's all legal.
That's all legal. I mean, it happens in the stock market every day. I mean, if you want to short a stock, you just call your brokerage house, or you can go online and short it. So it's no different in the silver market. It's just when you look at it and you see too many shorts on the wrong side of a trade, that's a pretty good time to get in because just everybody believes it's going to go down and demand's going the other way. I don't know how they got so short, but you had big banks shorting the market, and they're feeling the pain right now.
So that's a lot of that's paper, but how is the actual silver supply being affected by what's going on with having to realize the shorts and with what I've been reading with China and India are now doing?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, this is, if you're talking about China and India, for example, this is, in my opinion, huge and underappreciated. You have China where silver is critical for their solar market, for their electronic vehicles, for electronics, other electronics, and even military. China is locking in long-term supplies of silver, and they're doing it often off-market. So, here in the United States, if you want some silver, you go to the COMEX or you call somebody like myself. We can track a lot of that. Mm-hmm. But with China, they're doing it fairly sneakily. They're going right to the mines and saying, look, I'll take your silver and ore, I'll do a private transaction. Very off market to pull in silver supply, and much of that demand, like I said, never touches Western exchanges, so we just don't know how much that is. So it's a little bit speculative, but we know what's happening. In India, you have massive retail and industrial accumulation of silver. You have imports that are surging even despite these higher prices. They're just demanding more silver over there, and it's increasingly treated as their strategic savings, not just jewelry. So in India, jewelry is a big thing. That's typically how they buy metals, and with silver, that's the case, but they're also purchasing bars, so it's more strategic. So silver is being pulled east in a big way, away from COMEX, away from the United States, and that's going to tighten physical supplies here in the United States as well, and that's why we're seeing the prices go up.
Would you call that excuse me, would you call that the being artificially manipulated, or is that just normal activity? Excuse me.
Yeah, it's normal activity. I mean, a lot of the people say, hey, is silver being manipulated? And the short answer is yes, but probably not the way people think. Suppression exists, but the silver exposes the fall in the monetary printing of dollars faster than gold does. The problem is, and the reason why is because people can purchase, silver, where a lot of times people, even at a quarter of an ounce, it's $1,000. So it's a little bit harder for people to purchase that. So you get these big moves in the silver market. So large banks will short silver because that actually does provide liquidity to an industry. And people ask me how that is, so I'll explain it before you ask.
Please.
You have a mining company and they are producing huge amounts of silver, and they want to go into the market and lock in a price. So if they want silver to be locked in at $60, meaning the silver's in the ground and in a month it's going to be on top of the ground and they're going to send it in somewhere, they want to lock in that price, just like Kellogg's would with wheat for cereal, right? Hey, I want to know what the price of my wheat is going to be so I can price my cereal. So in silver, if they want to lock it in at $60, they sell a contract. And when they sell that contract, that means they're going to supply the market with that silver, but the bank is actually short, meaning they've locked in the price of silver at 60 for them. If it goes down, then the mine isn't taking the risk because they're going to get $60 from the bank no matter what.
Right.
But the bank is short because they need that silver. They've sold a contract, and if it goes down, then they're going to get that silver at a lower price. So they're hoping that it goes up. So that manipulation that people talk about when you see a lot of shorts for that reason isn't really manipulation, but a lot of commentators will talk about it as if it is. Oh, there's all these shorts out there. Yeah. No, they're helping some industry. The shorts are where you take all the pluses and minuses from that happening. Everybody else is speculation, and that's the shorts we have to pay attention to.
Okay. Now, I understand looking at some stuff that I don't know if it's true, first of all, so you can tell me, but I understand that there may be some new QE happening again, quantitative easing.
Yeah, and look, the Fed doesn't have to call it quantitative easing. They call it other weird words like liquidity injections, balance sheet expansion, backdoor facilities or QE in effect, if you call them liquidity injections or balance sheet, expansions. But yes, they're back to purchasing $40 billion, a month, in the mortgage space. So what's the impact? Well, gold's kind of this first responder. It's going to move on currency debasement and rates. And so they lower rates, but then they're purchasing back a bunch of dollars, which probably, lower the dollar even more, and rates typically hold it up. So now you've got lower rates and they're printing more money, which is a horrible situation. And silver's kind of this second wave. It explodes when inflation psychology shifts. And if you start to see lower rates and in money printing at the same time, usually too much money chasing too few goods is inflation. So you would expect gold and silver to continue to move.
Wow. Why would he be doing that right now? When I don't know, I'm going to ask you a question. Why would he be doing that right now if the economy seems to be doing better? Is it just a fear of the tariffs? Is he acting basically just on a hunch? Excuse me.
Well, the fear of tariffs would typically you'd want to push up rates and stop the money printing, right? Because that's inflationary in and of itself. Hey, I'm going to pay more for this, whatever it is. And if you slow down demand a little bit by higher interest rates and less money, that typically drops prices. So we're going, Barry, the opposite of what you should be doing. Literally the opposite of what we should be doing. Because you can't lower rates, increase the money supply, and have higher prices. And then the money supply and the rate decrease is going to push up more money printing and more demand. So not a good situation. And it's why the metals markets are reacting so hard right now, and why JP Morgan and Bank of America and all the big banks that never even talk about precious metals are now saying, hey, the gold price could be 5,000 to 5,500, middle of next year or so. You can't print money like this and not have a consequence on the other side.
Do you think that well, I'll get to that. I got a couple more questions for you. So because there are some people who have asked in the chat about what you mentioned earlier, silver paper. What's the difference between the obvious? Obviously, silver paper isn't the same as holding something in your hand, but why would you buy silver paper versus holding the actual metal?
Yeah, good question. So the pros of an exchange traded fund or futures or something like that, which is basically exchange traded fund, is just, I'm going to allow you to purchase silver, which isn't 100% silver, but let's say it was. I'm going to allow you to purchase 100% of silver in an exchange traded fund, and the price goes up and down. It's going to replicate what the price of silver does. So, so what do you get out of that? You get some liquidity because I could just hit a button on my broker's screen and I've purchased or sold. So the ease of trading, and it's speculation friendly. I can get in and out, on a daily basis if I want it. The cons to it are counterparty risk. So if you look at a prospectus for an exchange traded fund, it says, hey, look, in horrible times, if something happens, I'm able to give you cash, not silver, back. So if you really wanted the silver, You know, in these horrible times where the dollar isn't worth anything, you don't. They don't have to give you the silver. They can just give you cash or rehypothecate into any other exchange traded fund that they have. So let's say they were in silver and they wanted to give you something else, they could just give you stock in something else. That's what their prospectus says. There's no guarantee of delivery, so you don't have any delivery of the physical metal, and the cash settlement risk during a big stress is huge because most of this metal is held way over in HSBC Bank in England and other places outside the United States, so you couldn't even get your hands on it. If you compare that to physical silver, there's no counterparty risk. If I have the silver in my possession, in my bank account, or in my bank safety deposit box, or in a safe at home, it's mine. I can take it anywhere and go ahead and sell it. So if the CEO of some company, absconds money or does something weird, I don't have to worry about that. My silver's in my safe.
Right.
You're holding the metal, so you don't have to worry about, silver in a fund, and the fund pays you cash instead of the silver. You have silver, which is going to be much more valuable, and scarcity, and that matters. If you own physical, that's where the scarcity lives. Right? It doesn't live in the paper market because I can issue as much paper as I want, but it does live in the physical part of the market, and that's why sometimes you'll see premiums go up substantially, like they have recently, over and above just the spot price of silver. You're just having to pay a little bit more because there's just a scarcity of physical silver out there.
You mentioned the actual words you used was if something happened. Well, over the weekend we've seen a couple somethings happen. How much does that? And then today they thwarted another something with people are going to blow up stuff in LA. How much does this world turmoil affect silver and gold?
Well, look, the silver market and the gold market are hedges for most people. It isn't just, hey, the silver price went from $23, $24 at the beginning of the year to $62 today. If you're doing that just for the price, then that's speculation. But if you're doing it because you want to put something away today as a hedge against the value of the dollar and all the money printing that's been going on, lowering interest rates, possible increase in prices because of tariffs, the stock market looks incredibly overvalued in my personal opinion, but I'll let everybody else decide. I'm not an expert in that area. But look, you and I are in the real estate market, and even the real estate market's getting a little top heavy in my personal opinion. So what do you need to have a hedge? What are the things people are going to go to if you have another war, or you have some bombings, or you have those kinds of things? Metals, because I can't print more of them. And a small increase in demand does a lot for the price of the metal itself, right? They're already in short supply because everybody around the world wants them. You have central banks selling dollars and buying precious metals, well, mostly gold, but so the supply is shrinking and the amount of money is increasing. You figure it out. It's economics 101. It's supply and demand. And now we just need a little bit of demand on this shrunken supply, and the prices are going to go much higher.
So I'm going to put the crystal ball in front of you. Some people I've seen, and I would consider some of them credible, and they're calling for silver to go 300, even possibly 400 or higher. And again, speculation versus hedging. Most of us who own it, I guess if it goes up like that, that's fine. But what are your projections over, the new year?
Well, look, I've seen these 300 and 400, and is it realistic or is it hype? And, I like to be a little bit more disciplined. So if you look historically, where they're getting these numbers is silver's 1980 high, adjusted for money supply, would put silver over $300 an ounce. The gold and silver ratio normalized implies $150 to maybe $200. So where my view comes in is $100 to $150 is very achievable in a monetary reset, or you get the stock market to fall off 40, 50%, something like that. $100 to $150 is reasonable. 200, I think, requires a loss of confidence in the paper markets to more of a degree. Like, the dollar is in pretty tough shape, and something else is having to happen to kind of push it over 200. 300, 400, the only way I think that's possible is if you have systematic stress or currency crisis where, hey, the dollar is just, they're moving over to BRICS or something like that, and the U.S. dollar is no longer the world's reserve currency. Now, I say that over the next year because that's the time frame that you gave me. $300 could be possible in the next 5 years, but I don't think it's possible in the next year. I think it could go to in the $100 to $150 range.
Wow, even that's huge. And I mentioned speculation versus hedging. Me personally, and I guess it depends on everybody's individual investment and portfolio strategy, but should people be speculating because of the sudden rise in silver, or should they be buying it to hold?
It should be buying them to hold. Okay. It's a hedge. Okay, it's a hedge. Metals are under-owned on a global basis. So as a trade, silver moves fast both ways. If you're coming in just to speculate based on some prediction I just gave, 100 to 150, hey, look, my speculation for this year was $50 and it's $10 over. I could say 100 and it could be 90. You still got 30% on your money, so you're probably okay. But if that's all the reason you're doing it for, the silver price could go back down to 45 and then go to 90 just as fast as it could go from 60 to 90. I believe 90 is a pretty good number to shoot for. It's very, very conservative based on everything that's happening. But physical is for insurance. It's for a hedge. If you purchase it that way and think to yourself, I'm going to hold this for the next 3 to 5 years, I think just like the last 3 to 5 years, you're going to be incredibly happy. But if you do it for speculation, emotions are going to get the best of you, and if it goes from 60 to 45, you might sell it and then watch it go to $90 and be ticked off at yourself. Don't put yourself through the stress if you can't. Hold on for the next 3 to 5 years.
So what I'm looking at, I'm looking at silver today, and as of right now, it's up 2.5%, 63.57. And over the last couple hours, it's done its usual, like a heartogram, a cardiogram. But what should you be looking at as a sustained drop? I mean, it's hard to even. I don't even know why people pay attention to it during the day. But if you're charting silver and or gold, what would be like a sustained drop over what period of time would you like, hey, something's happening?
It's not so much a sustained drop. It's the reason why it's dropping, right? That's what you have to look at. If it's just falling and I'm sitting here looking at it and it doesn't look like any of the fundamentals have changed, I want to be a buyer. Warren Buffett says, hey, look, if food was less expensive at the grocery store, don't you go down and you're happier? And when a stock is less, but you believe it should be more, aren't you happier?
Yeah.
And that's exactly true. It's the why is it dropping? So there's a couple of things we want to watch. Rising real rates. Well, that isn't happening because inflation's still at 3% or 3.25%, depending on how you want to measure it. And they just lowered interest rates. And it looks like if the new Fed chairman comes in, they want to lower interest rates another 1/4 to 0.5%. So we have there's no risk of real rates starting to increase. A strengthening dollar, don't think that's going to happen because if you're lowering interest rates, the dollar is going to get less weak, and they're printing up now, 30-40 billion a month, to buy mortgages again. You would have falling physical premiums. That's not happening. They're actually very strong and increasing. I'd have to look at the COMEX inventories, and I'd see a big rise, a meaningful rise, and that's where most of you're going to see the physical supply and the paper supply of physical silver. So the COMEX is in Chicago, and it's an exchange, just for everybody's clarification here. So if you saw that you had a bunch of inventory accumulating and people were selling and there were no buyers, then we'd want to get out. And if you saw retail demand drying up, get out. But just a correction ending the bull market, I don't think.
What would be a signal of retail demand dropping?
Well, if I wasn't as busy. I'm going to be a pretty good indicator. So I'm, one of those I'm right in the middle of with retail demand driving up, but that's not what's happening. I mean, we just have people calling. I mean, usually Christmas is fairly slow. This is one of the busiest months that we've had all year long, can barely keep up. And the inventories are shrinking lower and lower and lower, and you just can't get enough.
Wow.
So the retail is easy for me. Inventories are fairly easy because it's just a statistic on a piece of paper you're looking at. The physical premiums are easy because I can look at them and you just you see what the premiums are on everything. The dollar strengthening in real rates, everything's right out in front of you. You don't have to be a rocket scientist, thank God, because I'm not, to just understand this market. It's much easier. I'm not smart enough to be a stockbroker even. I can't sit there and track 3,800 stocks and mutual funds and everything else like that. I want to be an expert in one thing, physical metals. I have 4 of them that I need to track. It's a supply and demand situation. If there's more demand than supply, then the prices are probably going to go up. And you look out long term and you decide, is that going to continue? And I can't see anything over the next couple of years that's going to slow down the demand, for precious metals. If you thought the government was going to stop printing money, then probably don't buy any metals. If you thought they were going to, pay down the debt, don't buy metals. But I don't think any of that's going to happen because it's never happened.
I asked you about the terrorism stuff earlier. What about like the geopolitical stuff with, for instance, like Venezuela? Could that affect the market one way or the other?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any kind of war or anything like that, 100%. But are you asking about war or are you asking about political risks?
No, I mean, everything they're doing with confiscating tankers and causing oil to be taken from these companies. I mean, war would be further down the road, but they are making things different. And I wouldn't even have that question except for they're seizing oil, and oil has a cash market to it. So I'm wondering what people would be thinking if I was investing in oil, would I look to move something because of the uncertainty of moving oil around that whole area?
Well, yeah, I mean, the effect that it has on precious metals prices, if you look back in, 2008 or prior to 2008, price of oil went to $150 a barrel. Well, anything that pushes up the price of oil is going to push up the inflation rate, because even if we have a lot of electric cars running around, oil is still incredibly important. It's used in a lot of different types of products, and you still have to fill up your car with gas. So you're going to get an inflationary effect with, the price of oil up. So yeah, any distribution that is going to be restrained somehow by the tankers, or no oil out of Venezuela, or whatever they're going to do, it pushes up the oil price. You're going to get the gold and silver prices up automatically, because it's the biggest driver of inflation as far as a commodity is concerned.
Wow. So last question, unless anybody here in the audience has a question, I would go ahead and post it now if you have a question for Kevin. With the big, beautiful bill going into effect basically after the first of the year, where people are going to have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, that kind of thing. Do you think that is going to affect, the economy overall, and how that would possibly affect the metals market?
Well, I think it's going to affect the economy. A lot of it, I just don't know how much benefit you're going to get out of it. I mean, not taxing tips, I would say 50% of the tips I'm not sure got taxed anyway, quite frankly, because it's cash I'm putting in the pocket. What am I going to do? Tell the government? So I'm not really sure that does a whole lot other than legitimize. I can finally take this home without worrying about paying some taxes on it. So I don't really know where that's going to go. I don't think it has a long-term, I don't think it has a real big benefit, quite frankly. I think it's a nice thing to do, and it's probably the right thing to do, but I just don't think it's going to have that big of an economic.
See, one of the things I looked at is the people who are going to benefit from no tax on tips and things of that nature may not be consumers of gold and silver, and so it may help them, which then would help the companies who they're buying stuff from, whether it's food, and then those companies will be able to do things. I got a question from Trent. You kind of answered this, but in case Trent says, are silver certificates worth anything?
Yes, if they're in absolute perfect condition, there are some years that those certificates are worth something, but for the most part, no. I have boxes and boxes and boxes of them that are worth $1 or less.
It says, Kevin, do you buy back my physical silver if I want to take my profit in 5 years?
Absolutely.
How do you go about that?
So when you purchase the metal, I'll just take you through a process so everybody understands the buying and the selling, because that's you'll understand a little bit better. So when you purchase metals from Lear Capital, we actually get on the phone with you, go over the metals, go over the quantities, go over the exact pricing, and all of any fee. Then we give you 24 hours after you receive an invoice to look over the invoice, make sure it's exactly what we said, make sure you feel comfortable with it, look at the fees, make sure you feel comfortable with that. And anytime within that 24 hours, you can cancel the transaction. So to my knowledge, we're the only company out there that does that. Once you feel comfortable, send in your funds so that we can get the metals for you. We've locked them in, but now we're going to wait for the check to clear and send them out to you. Or if we can do this in your IRA. When you receive it for home delivery, just keep the box that it came in. So there's two boxes, a large Federal Express box. Typically we do a 2-day Federal Express so you can track it all the way to yourself. And then there's a small box in the larger box. If you keep that box, when it's time to sell, you simply give us a phone call. We then issue you, we tell you exactly what we're going to pay before you ever ship the metals back to us. And then we're going to ship you out a Federal Express label through email or text. Print it out, go down and get another Federal Express box, and you ship it right back to us. In 2 days, we're going to have it, and then we turn around and send you a wire or a check, whichever you would like. If it's in an IRA, it's almost instantaneous. As soon as you tell me you want to sell, I lock in the price for you, and then we just do the transaction, and your IRA has cash back in it.
Perfect. Somebody asked, what about copper? I'm like, it's funny because I remember when my dad was doing construction, sometimes you'd have to put a guard out there because people were ripping. Back then they used to use copper for all the water piping. Is copper still something that's moving?
Absolutely. I mean, under incredible amount of demand because a lot of the electronics inside of data centers are just miles and miles and miles of copper. And weirdly enough, these electronic vehicles have a lot of copper in them, and they're always trying to figure out how do we get around all of the wires that are going everywhere to control the car because copper is expensive. And so I would think copper in the long term is probably a pretty good bet. I don't sell it, because a pound of it isn't all that much, and I need to send you 700 pounds. Nobody knows what to do with it, but I think it's a good long-term investment if you can find a company or an exchange-traded fund or something like that that's holding it. I think it's probably a good idea.
Somebody obviously bought some silver, not from you, and this question says, I sold 250 ounces of silver and only got a 70% of spot. Where is the best place to sell?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. 70% seems like too little. You're right now, the buybacks on silver are around $1.50 or maybe even $2 behind spot. Here's the reason why, just so everybody knows. And this is going to catch up because it always happens this way. When silver or gold run really hard, the people that on the exchange that we need to sell to immediately, just like stocks, right? We hit a button and the pieces are sold. They're behind the spot price because they need to hedge it. By the time you send it to me and I send it to them, maybe 2 weeks have gone by or a week has gone by, and they have to hedge that metal so that if it falls, they're even. So it costs them a little bit to do that. And the prices are so volatile right now where a $5, $7 move can hurt that wholesaler. So he says, look, I'm going to pay a little bit behind until the market kind of evens out a little bit here. So you've had a huge amount of buying, but then you've had a big amount of selling, and the selling comes from sterling silver. It comes from a whole bunch of different places. Like, we don't do it, but the company that that's right across the street here, they buy silver from individuals. And you can't imagine the amount of silverware they're purchasing, right? Sterling silverware that they're purchasing. And they melt it all down and they send it into refiner. And that refiner is paying them 4 to 6 months later because they need to turn it back into a metal after the melting, assay it, turn it back into a coin, and then go back out and sell it. So the fluctuations in pricing when you get these very high numbers very quickly are going to be a little bit behind spot. So 70% is too much. Usually it's $1 or $2. So if you ever want to sell again, just give us a phone call. We'll actually lock in the price for you. You can Federal Express it to us, and you're going to get paid more.
And this question dovetails off of that. Will your company buy silver? I guess you just answered that, right?
Yeah. Well, we do it all the time. I would say 50% of everything we buy didn't actually come from us. It comes from other dealers that are not paying, or they don't even buy back, number one. So look, if somebody doesn't do business with us, the first question somebody should ask is the first question that was asked here is, do you buy back? Make sure the company buys back, because a lot of people sell metals and then they don't buy them back.
Wow. And let me take one more, because it always comes up. You know it's coming.
Uh-oh.
What is the minimum cash amount needed to buy silver today?
Okay, so if you are going to invest $5,000 or more, you can give us a call at the number, or go to our learberry.com. If you want to purchase less than that, then I highly recommend you just go to our website at learcapital.com and purchase there. And the reason is that the fee that we charge to getting somebody on the phone and talking to you and understanding your position and then putting something together with you is too expensive, under $5,000. It would be better for you to just go buy silver on the site at $5,000 with less than $5,000 worth. You're going to get a better deal, and then when it increases in value, we can start working with you and try to diversify the portfolio a little bit from there.
All right, Kevin. I mean, we always get that question. What's the minimum? I try to get people to think the otherwise. Think the other direction. How much can you put in when you can, or save up, or whatever? But Kevin, thank you very much for taking the time again today. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Was there anything that you wanted to tell people before you signed off?
No, I would just like to say, look, if you're interested, the way that this market's been going is, you and I have been talking about this forever, is I love the education. I mean, I love that you want to get somebody on and educate people, but our information on the metals, get it. It's free. That's the place to start. Don't get so excited you just pick up the phone and start, buying silver, buying gold. Just get a little educated with the free material, and then, if you start there, I think you're going to be in great shape for 2026. Platinum and palladium right now look extremely undervalued as well, and we can help you understand why we believe that, and maybe the same thing happens there that happened in the silver market.
And somebody actually, it went too fast, I missed it, but somebody said, I'm not there yet, I need to educate myself. Well, there's all kinds of brochures and everything you can download on the website and get there. One last question. I think this is, I could say yes, but it says, can I get an ounce of silver for my grandparents before Christmas? So today's the 15th. Could you, I don't know if you could buy something, just 1 ounce. You may want to buy, obviously, more than that. But I guess the question I would have is, what's your delivery time, Kevin? If the drop dead, if people wanted to do anything before Christmas, what would it be?
Well, it's 2-day Federal Express, and we usually get everything out fairly quickly. So if he goes on the website and makes the order today, we can hit Christmas. Probably up until Thursday of this week, we could have everything out for Christmas.
All right. Well, Kevin, thank you very much for once again the education on all this stuff, because it's so much. I've learned much from you. I've had then, of course, looking up things myself, and then if I have a question, just trying to dig in. I got this on my desk. It's so funny. When we first started working together, I got that little. I thought, what am I going to do with that? It looks like a dime, but this is worth like. What, $430 right now, huh? Is it? Is that
is that the 10th ounce, or is that the quarter ounce?
I don't know. It doesn't say on it, but it looks like it's the size of a nickel.
Yeah, it's a quarter of an ounce. It's $1,000, Barry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Keep this away from Robin. It might disappear.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Wow.
Yeah, because at the beginning of the year, the gold price was less than $2,000, so I think you paid $500, and now it's $1,000.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin, for your time today. I know like you said, your phone's ringing off the hook, so I'll get you back to your business. It's been great talking to you. Merry Christmas, and thank you for everything you've done for us here in 2025.
Yeah, great to be a part of it. Thanks, Barry.
All right, talk to you soon.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Well, it's funny. Excuse me, it's funny. I've been using this as a prop when I talk about Lear Capital. I've been showing it to you. It wasn't in a safe or anything. It was just something, I kept on my desk, and I could see like dust inside it. I didn't notice $1,000. Excuse me. Ooh, $1,000 for that? Yeah, I'm good with that. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I love talking to Kevin. I as much as anything, I love talking and educating myself as well. So I want to make sure you guys understand that I'm trying to get that same information, that I think you'd want to know, that I'd want to know, so you can make those decisions. And it's so weird because I keep talking to people off screen, and over, I say to them, is nobody telling you about this stuff? Am I the only one talking about prosperity and how you guys can improve your life? And I'm like, I guess, I don't know. I don't see much of it. But I just want you guys to, I'm hoping people are setting themselves up for a prosperous 2026. Get things set up now. I know it's Christmas time. Many people are going to be, pouring out a lot of money on gifts and things of that nature. But give yourself a gift. Think back and go, I've been a good boy or girl this year, and I deserve something. And maybe it's as small as whatever this is, 1/10 of an ounce or a 1/4 of an ounce. Treat yourself well. And you never know, because, as I've shown this over the last year when I've talked about Lear, I had no idea this was going to turn into $1,000. And it's just been sitting on my desk collecting dust as I show you and talk about gold and silver. And now all of a sudden, here we are at the end of 2025, and it's a nice little investment. It's $1,000 sitting right here. Do that and just put it away. Put it in a shoebox somewhere and go, I'm buying 1/4 of an ounce, and I'm just going to tack it away and see what happens in 2026. Start prospering small, then bigger. And then you'll never know where it goes. I mean, I've seen some people who have texted me and sent me emails, and I'm like, wow. People like, hey, listen, I talked to you in March, and I bought like $1,000, and now it's worth $2,000 or whatever. I'm like, that's awesome. All right, so I'm going to go back. It looks like Chris just said, that's worth $1,000. Yep, $1,000. 1/4 of an ounce. Gold right now, what's gold today? Gold, as we speak, is 4,300 an ounce. So 1/4 of that, this is actually more than 1,000. This is about $1,070. And, bought it a long time ago when I started doing business with Lear, just so I could show people, I'm actually in it. And yeah, it's gone up to that point. Just have to make sure Robin doesn't know that, because it might turn into like an earring or something. No, she'd never do that. But in any event, excuse me, 3 o'clock, President Trump is supposed to be doing a medal awarding for people in Mexican border patrol. So we'll see that and wait for that. But in the interim, I'm going to continue. I had started to show you this interview, short interview with Pete Hegseth over the weekend.
Joined now by the Secretary of War, it's Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary, we appreciate your time today. What is this day like for you?
We were just talking before. I'm a football fan like all of you, so I love watching it every Saturday and Sunday, but there's nothing like this day. This is America's Day. The soul of this arena right now is the best of America. It's going to be great football. We're going to watch it. It's always some surprises, but what these men are willing to do, and what these men and women watching are willing to do, make them the real 1% of this country. The real elite of this country are those wearing the uniform today, and I'm honored to be here.
It's always a treat when the people that are in charge of these young men and women have such vigor and excitement and are just as amazed by the spectacle as all of us are, right? But what I want to ask you is, to the men and women that are deployed all around the world, and I know you can speak from personal experience, what does this game mean to to them as they're deployed around the world? How does this bring them back to, their days either at the service academy, or how do they get to share and celebrate America?
You know the key to it. You guys know the key to real camaraderie is rivalry, right? It's the brotherhood is forged in difficult moments, and so it's on the gridiron here, but then later on it's in all the units that you serve with together. And on this day you pick sides,
right?
And every other day you're on the same side. And but I'm actually here right now with a pretty heavy heart. It was announced. We announced 30 minutes ago we lost 3 great Americans in Syria today. 2 soldiers and a civilian interpreter. And again, it's a reminder of the deadly serious nature of what these warriors sign up to do. And we honor them by giving everything today. We honor them by having their back. And this game demonstrates to the country, reminds the country of how special what they do is.
When you were deployed, whether it was Iraq or Afghanistan, when they were playing this game, what was it like for you just watching it with your buddies, watching it, because it's the middle of the night over there when you're watching this game.
It is the middle of the night, but you're awake. Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I mean, it's always a special kind of thing for those that went to West Point, Annapolis, right? So if you're an alum, it's that much. But everybody took sides. Right. And as an Army guy, of course, it's always go Army. Except this year, now I can be bipartisan because the Department of War is everybody. So I did pick Navy for today's game, trying to be a little balanced. But I love them all, man. I love them all, and it's a brotherhood that most people don't understand, but those that do hold it dear.
Quick message for all the men and women out there serving our country.
Thank you for what you do. From President Trump, he has your back. We have your back. We honor you. We serve. My job is to serve you, is to serve them, is to give every tool, authority you need to do your job to deter America's enemies, keep us safe. And if we have to fight, you're going to fight to win. And that's what the War Department's all about.
Well said. Mr. Secretary, appreciate your time.
Thank you for this great coverage. I love it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so Pete Hegseth was at the game, and I didn't know he was at the game until I saw him do that interview. So I had to get clipped that. But the star of the show was obviously the commander-in-chief. And President Trump, from what I could research, did something that Joe Biden didn't do the entirety of his presidency. He never went and acted as the commander-in-chief in the Army-Navy game. How despicable is that? And so President Trump not only went to the game, he was, well, you're going to see.
Captains and everyone in attendance, welcome to Baltimore for the Army-Navy football game. This is your umpire, Anthony Gibson. My name is Tim Rich, and it's our crew's honor to be working this game today with you all. Joining me for the coin toss, it is my honor and privilege to introduce the Commander-in-Chief, our President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
You hear that? You hear that? That's what I was trying to tell you at the beginning of this, is that everything on X is not representative of real life. It's representative of a core group of people whose job it is to make you feel a certain way. They want you to feel like things are falling apart. They're putting out stupid, baseless polls. Oh, he's not doing well. Oh, the economy's horrible. MAGA's turning on him. And then when you get a chance to see real life, it's completely different. And so that's why the entirety of football season and before it, I kept telling you, hey, things are about to change. And this was back in August. I'm like, just look around you. Use your eyes. Get off this thing. This thing makes you feel the world is closing in on us. And then you see things in real life. Because I'm pretty sure the way the algorithm works on X, you see the same people I see. There aren't many people that we all don't see the tweets from. You all see Candace Owens. You all see Steve Bannon. You all see Mark Mitchell. You all see Rich Barris. You all see Rob Barnes. You all see Betty. We all see the same people. And you would think these 50 or 100 people that you might follow because you actually see them. In addition, the networks, CNN or MSNBC or whatever, you would think those 100 people you see tweets from are representative of what's going on in this country. And then you look at something like this, and it makes you feel, I hope it did, makes you feel something different. You're looking at a sea of people, midshipmen, cadets, veterans, who would do anything to make sure you're safe. And we're told the world's falling apart, and President Trump's introduced and place goes crazy, goes nuts.
Mr. President, thank you for your leadership and your continued support of our service members and our veterans. It's an honor to have you here today.
Thank you very much.
To the men and women who wear the uniform, to all of our veterans and their family members, thank you for your service. Thank you for protecting this great country. And thank you for protecting the freedoms that we enjoy each and every day. To the cadets, the midshipmen, and everyone watching around the world, this is the 126th plane of America's game. The coin today we will be tossing features the Army-Navy logo, which will be a head. The battle monument, which is a tail. Army, what is your call?
Tails.
Tails has been called. Mr. President, would you do the honor? It is tails. Army, you've won the toss. Which way would you like to kick?
Kick it that way.
Please rotate around. Army has won the toss, the further option to the second half. Navy would receive the ball. Let's play football.
Navy will have the football first.
Yeah, I saw that and I'm like, I gotta show everybody that. I have to have that interlude where we can look at things and go, that's a little bit different than what we see all day long. There's people screaming, a whole stadium full of patriots. It'd be kind of hard to be some libnut in that stadium. It would be very kind. You'd look kind of off. No big code pink signs. You'd get run out. That's what we need to surround ourselves with, even this Christmas season, is to make sure we all know there are more like us than there are not. They just don't want you to know. They want you to feel as though we are the odd ones out here, that we're the ones that are being shunned. Well, I don't know, maybe it's because of my size, but when I go someplace, I don't get shunned. People, like, if they recognize me, they come up to me. And people are smiling during the holiday season here. They're saying Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah, because there's a lot of Jews here. And nobody has a problem with that. And so here at Christmas time, I'd like you to just take a moment and realize you're not odd. You're not the crazy one. Don't let them try to make you think that Trump's losing his support. Oh, it's all over. You know, yesterday, one of the elections in another country took place. The media's not going to talk about it. But Chile voted in overwhelmingly a conservative, like the Trump of Chile. Nobody wants to talk about that. Everybody talked about the certain races that were lost, but they didn't talk about the ones that were run. I'm pretty sure you found out how they found out that the mayor Democrat winning in Miami wasn't that big a deal. That was like last year's news. Nobody's talking about it because Miami is about prosperity. The mayor's a figurehead. I told you guys that the day after. I'm like, no big deal. Nobody cares. You go down there and there's cranes everywhere. Things are building. There ain't no socialism coming down here. And it quickly went, nobody talked about it anymore. Don't talk about it. That's not what we thought it was. Nope, not at all. I saw some guy posted a video and he was complaining how much things cost when he went to Disney World. And my first thing was, did somebody force you? Or did you have the ability to pay $1,000 for a day out with your family? Because that's what it was. You just showed everybody you had the money to go to Disney with your entire family and give them what they want, and it cost $1,000 for a day. So what was the purpose of the post? To tell other people you can't afford it, it's expensive because you paid for it willingly. I might be one of the only people out here who tries to tell people, stop letting people give you negative vibes. I like laughing at the liberals. I like understanding that prosperity is within reach. I love it that that's $1,000 that sits here on my desk in dust. I don't have to worry about it. I don't need it right now. It's a prop. Love it. Absolutely love it. I want you to get that position. Maybe you won't have $1,000 coin just sitting around. Maybe you need that $1,000. But you got to start somewhere. And so I'm urging you, I'm trying to push you off the bench to get on the field. Start playing the game. It'll be worth it to you. And collectively, as a group, start playing the game. It'll be worth it to you. Don't let people steal your thunder, man. Just be good. Have fun. Smile. Enjoy life. That being said, let me talk to you right now about Chapter. You guys know I've been talking to you about Chapter because I'm 65 myself. And as you're well aware, it's Medicare annual enrollment time. But it's about to close. And as a newly 65-year-old person myself, that means I'm getting buried still under the same spam calls and junk mail that you are. And it's a nightmare. I have also learned that Medicare plans change every year. Apparently, some even go away. So for those of us that love our plans, it might not be the best one for you for 2026. And if you don't double check, you could lose coverage for doctors or prescriptions you actually count on. And to make matters worse, most Medicare agents aren't just pushing the plans that pay them they are pushing you into the plans that pay them the biggest commissions. That's why I recommend Chapter for the Fanfare family. They check every single plan in America to make sure you're getting the best deal. And on average, they save people $1,100 a year. Or they can put you into a Cadillac plan if it's not something that if you're not looking for that kind of a savings. When Robin and I had to do what we had to do, they made it dead simple. They review all your options in under 20 minutes in one free phone call. If you're already on the right plan, you're done. Nothing to do. If not, they'll help you switch. So get some peace of mind during this enrollment period. Call Chapter at 475-328-3545 and make sure you're set heading into 2026. And what's funny, you notice what Kevin said. Kevin DeMerit, with the guy from Lear, the founder. Very interesting. Our staff can't handle all the phone calls. Wait a minute. I thought everybody was having a horrible time. Why do you need more staff to handle the phone calls? Well, Chapter's the same way. I've had people say, I called Chapter, I've had to sit for an hour. They told me we'll get back to you next week. Business is booming. Yet there's people out there whining, telling you BS. Things are doing well. And the guy, he just heard Kevin say, phones are ringing off the hook. Best December we've ever had. Be proud. We're Americans. We're Americans. Be right back, and then we'll get into some news while we're waiting for President Trump to come up.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
You know, one of the things that bothers me, and you can tell it bothers me, is the amount of absolute gaslighting that happens on X. And to me, it goes beyond gaslighting. It's actual propaganda. It's almost MK Ultra-like. It's absolutely insane. And weak-minded people will fall for this stuff. And luckily, it's turned into like an army of MAGA, the MAGA army, we can call it. People who see stuff and immediately like, yeah, that's BS. But unfortunately, the Democrat politicians, the Democrat media, their machine doesn't care. Their machine, they will do anything to bamboozle and hoodwink everybody. So last week, all this Epstein stuff came out again, which today it's kind of quiet. But for that period of time when that stuff comes out, they will do anything to let their audience know, well, this time we got him. This time we're going to prove to you that Donald Trump was a you-know-what. And so MSNBC, MSN Now, I guess they're called, along with many Democrat politicians who should know better, who should lose their credibility, who should lose their ability to even speak in public, we're posting over and over and over this picture of Donald Trump with blurred out faces, implying that he had been doing something really wrong with minors or survivors over on the island. It is straight up lying on national television. Number one, calling adult women minors just to smear Trump, that's like so low you can't even get there. Putting redacted, blurred out stuff on openly, widely spread pictures is insane. The Democrats released the picture. You guys may by now probably saw it. And it made it look creepy. It made it look unseemly, like something was really wrong, until the MAGA army went looking. The MAGA army went looking, and they found out that the photo that they put out was in reality a 1998 Hawaiian Tropic pageant photo of an event at Mar-a-Lago. They're grown women promoting suntan lotion. And one of them even said Trump is a gentleman. There was nothing Epstein related. It's just public event pics for an event. And they used it to try and instill fear and disgust in the American people. Donald Trump, whether you like it or not, whether they like it or not, was a rich, extremely rich playboy. And he loved his women. He loved beautiful women. He still loves beautiful women. He's got a beautiful wife. For some reason, they don't understand that is okay. It is okay to be a playboy. It is okay to love beautiful women. Yeah, he had some bad relationships and some bad marriages, but there's nothing illegal about that. And in fact, most people look at him like, yeah, he was playing. He was a player. He was a player. But these cruddy, stupid Democrats who probably don't have dates, or if they do, it's probably with someone of the, same persuasion. You know what I'm talking about, Don Lemon. And so they create this messaging to try and I can only think, because the people they're talking to already hate Trump. So they're not giving their base anything. So you have to figure the only thing they're trying to do is to hurt you. Is to make you think, oh, was he over there with those kids? Well, most of you at this point should realize if there was something even this much on Epstein Island, they would have definitely torpedoed him years ago. It's that simple. Biden and Kamala would have made sure that anything and everything would have been out there for everybody to see. But the weak-minded people in this country don't get it. You even have people, certain pollsters like, oh, this story's not going away. What story? See, that's the thing that people have to start saying, oh, it's not going to go away. What story? What's the story that doesn't go away? To me, and I see people getting going to go talk on stages, and I'm like, you've been spending your entire time lying to people, insinuating. Media, Democrats, influencers, all lying. There is no story. The story would have been told. And so MSNBC did this.
But Anna, one thing that stands out to me is the people whose faces are not redacted as compared with images where we can see that the women have faces that are redacted or blurred out. That suggests to me that either the...
Look at that. So they put her on a show, and she's like, well, this suggests to me, because nobody ever talked to me because I was an ugly turd, that these blonde and beautiful women here, he must have done something wrong. No, he bought a pageant. He ran Miss Universe, and people wanted to be around him, and Hawaiian Tropic, the brand, said, let's have a party. Let's bring down a whole bunch of pretty girls. And Trump's like, yeah, I'm okay with this. Like every single other red-blooded man who is single. This doesn't make any sense. What story? What's not going away? That he was a player? Do you want to go look at any NFL player? And oh my gosh, you saw what happened to the coach of Michigan. The coach of Michigan, he was a different kind of player. He was doing crazy stuff. They don't want to talk about that, though. He's black. Let's not talk about that. But Trump, yeah, we need to talk about these pictures of a picture that was from 1998 that was widely used in newspapers everywhere, as though this was news.
State and or the committee believe that some of these women are either minors and or survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
So somebody feels that they redacted those faces because those are actually, survivors or victims. They did it on purpose to trick people watching. They called it vile. Thousands of people began calling MSNBC, demanding those people should be fired. There is no reason for that. That woman should lose her job. She should never be on television again. She can never be trusted anytime ever again. She is a slanderous, you-know-what. But yet, that's okay. My gosh, who keeps calling me? But that's okay. They don't care that Epstein was banned from Mar-a-Lago in the 2000s because other people realized, hey man, this guy's a creep. But let me show you this picture of him dancing at a party before he got booted. This is nothing more than deliberate, intended deception to create false equivalencies. And it's a pattern of failed smears, just like the Russia hoax. You remember the Russia hoax? There was part of that Russia hoax that gave them away. When they said that President Trump liked to have the hookers pee on him. And nobody talked about this because this was such a killer to their narrative. People didn't want this information out. People who knew him automatically went, not true. How did they know? Because they knew he was a germaphobe. And so someone who's a germaphobe doesn't want Russian hookers peeing all over them. And then, of course, then things collapse and they just try something else. Every cycle, they dig up old stuff, they redact it to scare people, they exploit real victims for political hits. It's disgusting. And then the worst part about it, you have people on the supposed right who are saying, well, when this story gets out, here's what's going to happen. It's bullcrap. Absolute bullcrap. You guys got to stop it, and you guys got to promote it as well in terms of the anti-narrative. Because if they'll lie about a public beauty pageant, if they'll lie about a photo shoot with beautiful women, then the trust in media is completely dead because they're distracting from the real issues while dividing Americans. I don't see how people can turn on network television anymore and listen to news. You can listen to some shows that don't do stupid things, but other than that, how do you put any credence into these people, and how do they have any credibility whatsoever anymore? That woman should be fired. Conservatives should be furious. This wasn't a mistake. It wasn't something that they overlooked. This was intentional. And so when people tell me something, when people tell me that Donald Trump is losing, when people tell me that Donald Trump isn't doing well, that MAGA is distancing themselves from President Trump, when you hear that kind of talk, one of the things that should be going through your head, so like, wait a minute, they're blurring pictures of adult women out and calling them, survivors and victims. If you're going to that extent, to lie that much and using decades-old innocent pictures turn sinister, then it tells me just the opposite. It tells me Donald Trump is winning. Think about that. If I thought he was losing and I thought it was over, it's over. There's no way we can win the midterms, I wouldn't be playing these flipping games. I don't need to do razzle dazzle. I don't need to do flea flickers if we can't possibly, game's over. No, usually what happens when a team is way ahead, they just keep running the ball up the middle until the time run out the clock. If it's basketball, they pass around, until put the subs in. There's no reason for us to keep pushing. We're winning big. So this should tell you just the opposite. This should tell you these people are completely screwed. That's what I believe. I believe that they know they're done. I think they know that there's stuff coming. I think they know that Trump may do the Insurrection Act. He may do martial law. He may make it so that there's voter ID. He's been telling them that lately. He told them that yesterday. I don't know if you heard it. Maybe I should get that video where he said, I got a whole bunch of stuff about the 2020 election coming out. And they can't stop him. Nobody can stop what's coming. So that tells me we're winning.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody just posted a comment. Robin Pascal says, yep, his cabinet being impeached means they're winning 2 over the target. Hey, why would you have to impeach people in his cabinet? Oh, we got to get rid of Pete Hegseth. We got to get rid of this person, Pam Bondi. We got to get rid of Kash Patel. Why? You're going to win. There's nothing for you to worry about. You're in it. Nah, that ain't true. That ain't true at all. Not to mention all the things going on behind the scenes that nobody knows except for Donald Trump, the Trump train. Yep, exactly. What else we got? Yes, somebody asked yesterday what this meant. I posted something. And that means nothing can stop what is coming, or no one can stop what is coming. So there's so much stuff that's happening, and they don't have an answer for it. Nothing. I mean, the news today, if you turn on the news, it's almost like they like this stuff. And what I mean is, what happened in Australia, what happened at Brown and different things like that, is because it gets them to not have to talk about everything Trump is doing. And so Marco Rubio was on Hannity, and he was telling them, we're going to keep doing. I don't know if you know, another ship was commandeered by Trump, from the military. There should be some limits to freedom of press. Exactly. They have to go after his cabinet because they keep losing everything they try with President Trump. And that just keeps happening. It just keeps happening, and there's no way for them to stop it. All right, so let me go into the second story. As I was putting this stuff together, I'm like, Trump's going to come on, and we could talk about the next thing that happens. But this This is just crazy stuff. This woman is actually running for running for senator in Texas. And I don't even know how they can keep a straight face and run this woman. I want you to listen to this.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that...
I want to stop right there. If you have to educate anybody, then they are too far gone. I don't know anybody I would subject to having to be educated by Hood Rat Crockett. I gotta go around the country and educate. Oh, no, stop right there, honey. There ain't nobody getting educations from you. No one. Not on any subject. So you lied right there. Nobody wants you educating them. And if there are people who want Jasmine Crockett educating them, they're too far gone.
We are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't nothing.
I always have to stop that, because they always omit the qualifier. We are a country of legal immigrants. See, the Democrats, whatever comes out of their mouth makes no sense if you stop them. And, excuse me, you meant legal immigrants, right? That's what you mean. You didn't mean everybody that comes here. We are a country of legal immigrants. I guess the only illegal immigrants were probably the ones who came over at the beginning, because it was a new country that they thought they discovered, but since there were other people here, it wasn't a whole bunch of discovering going on. But ever since then, they're talking legal immigrants.
None of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands.
Could there have been a more racist state? Oh, no, there are. They do it all the time. Hey, none of y'all out here trying to go farm. So the people in your audience who are laughing at people who pick things, people who grow things, you're laughing at those people. You need these people 100%, whether on the pick side, the harvest side, or on the actual growth side. You don't get to go around the country unless you're eating something, and you can't eat anything if these people aren't growing something. So this is completely racist, it's classist, it's elitist, and they're laughing. We done picking cotton. Did she say that part yet? Hold on.
You're not. We done picking cotton.
Wow. We done picking cotton. Wait a minute. Just want you to know, as this woman talks, she says she's going around the country educating people, and she can't speak the language. We done picking cotton. You know, one of the problems I have as a black man is it makes me sick to my stomach whenever I hear people talk about reparations and picking cotton. You ain't ever picked any cotton. You ain't ever been whipped. Maybe personally. Maybe something we don't want to know about. But you've never been whipped. You've never been put in a stockade. You've never been told you can't sleep in the big house. You haven't done any of that. You haven't been out in the sun picking cotton. What do you mean done? You've never done this stuff. And so you don't need reparations from slavery because you were never a slave. I've never been a slave. And so every time these people talk about stuff and they want their hand out, reparations makes me just cringe. You sorry piece of crap of a person. You're straight up racist, implying Americans are too good for certain work. Well, what Americans are there that you think are too good for work? Talk to me about that. Cotton harvested by machines for decades, so she's clueless. There is nobody picking cotton. She's trying to promote a plantation mentality. The Democrats want cheap labor. They don't want to have people being prosperous. They don't want fair wages. That's why this is racist stereotyping. She's treating migrants as slave replacement. She's telling people, I'm done picking cotton. We need these immigrants. And people on the left don't talk about it. It's the same old crazy ass whiny playbook they run over and over. Somebody got to pick that cotton. Somebody got to wash them floors. Somebody got to change the sheets. Not us. We done. It's one stupid hypocrisy-based plan after the other. That's all the Democrats have, is hypocrisy. None of it makes any sense. Hypocrisy to the point where AOC can go to, where was she? In Puerto Rico, and spend 50 grand in a weekend for a concert, while telling and wearing dresses that say shit like "eat the rich." Okay, I'm going to show you some more stuff about Somalia. But it's funny how these people, and even the ones that were going to bomb up everything, were anti-capitalist, except they love capitalism. They love racism. They love capitalism. They love classism. They love elitism. But tell you that MAGA is a problem. They exist to exploit. Period. That's who they are. That's who they'll always be. This blood makes my blood curdle because this ignorance never ends and it's actually promoted. You know, I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff I posted once in a while, and you have some of these women out there and they've got tattoos everywhere and nose rings and all kinds of things, and they're posting things about, I can't find a man. And I saw one this weekend, and it was a younger woman. She wasn't homely, and she was basically in tears because I can't find a man. The Democrats have sold liberals a bill of goods that now people are starting to wake up and go, I'm a lonely ass person. I go to work, I come home, I might go to a bar, but I have nobody to love me. I have nobody there that I can share my life with. And I guess you get to like 30, 35, and it starts wearing on you. You got to go home and feed the cat. Democrats are a danger to women. They're a danger to America. They divide races. They undermine our citizens. They do anything to destroy what's American. And all you got to do is listen to idiots like this. And by the way, she was saying this in a church while people were laughing it up.
We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
Sad. Extremely sad. Just it's sad, but it makes me angry that they consider that woman to be a leader in their party who is a flipping caricature of a human being. There is nothing redeeming about her quality of life. Nothing. Everything about her is fake. Her persona, she's not stupid like that. I've heard her back when she was just getting out of college. Her hair is fake. She don't need to look like that. Your eyelash, you can't be yourself. You refuse to be yourself because yourself isn't sellable. You cannot market reality. The Democrats, I want you to remember what I'm saying right now. They cannot market reality because they don't live in reality. The AOC trip to Puerto Rico proves that. We're going to get a nice luxury hotel. We're going to live it up. We're going to get, suite tickets, which I have no problem with. There's nothing Robin and I love to do than enjoy luxury. But don't pretend otherwise. Don't use the hypocrisy. Don't use the scam, the complete illusion. Capitalism is bad. Eat the rich. And while at the same time, you love it. You love it, every single bit of it, but you can't market reality. The Democrats have to market the illusion. Otherwise, there's no Democrats. I've told you many times before. Every single one of these people use every tax incentive to their benefit. You think they're going ahead and just filing a 1040 form and paying, 30, 40, 50% to the government? Hell no. Nope, not doing it. They market hypocrisy. And that's how a Democrat is. If you've never heard that before, let me be the first one to tell you, because these people are scum. See here. She is no lady, and it is questionable on women due to her intellect, puts women back 2 centuries. But you know what's funny? She's not stupid. It's an act. I don't even know how she stays in character the entire time. Because if I went and started talking street or something, I couldn't continue it the entire time. I don't talk that way. And so I don't know how, someone who's as educated as she is can put on that veil and act all street and stuff when that's not her. It's completely fake. Mass tax forms have a box to pay extra. No, no one checks it. I don't know if people know that. You can always pay more money to the government. If you really believe in anti-capitalism, well then be an anti-capitalist. Give your money away. You ever see some of the tax returns they show of Democrat politicians, and they don't do much charity work? They don't do much donation. No, they don't do it. It's all a shell game. Bernie can't hate on millionaires no more. Yeah, you remember that, millionaires and billionaires, but now you can't do that. Come on, Barry, give us some slang. I think the slang got smacked out of me. You talk a certain way around your mom enough, you're like, what'd you just say? I'm sorry, Mom. I let that get away from me. Yeah, you're home now. She talks that way because it pays big money. She's being paid. You're absolutely right to talk a certain way. What is this? They're talking about. Oh yeah, there's judges are going on trial, which I love. That's happening. Acting stupid makes you stupid. For someone so educated, she sure acts and talks like she's not, because she has to. I saw another YouTuber criticize these people, say acts instead of... I said it last week. It was Bernie Thompson was talking crap to Kristi Noem. And he goes, I'm just trying to ask some questions. And I said, like, what, are you going to pull out a big sharp one? What do you mean you're going to ask some questions? I don't even know how that came about. I almost think that's intentional. How do you say I'm going to ask some questions? There's an S. Ask. Not ax. It makes me sick when I hear that. I mean, it really does. You know why? Because too many of us have parents who worked very hard to make sure you went to school and learned how to be intelligent. Why would you fake being stupid? I don't get it. Looking to see, they're about to bring Rob Reiner's kid into court or whatever. I don't think that's a big story. I think we need to stop putting actors and stuff on pedestals. They're actors. They're people. And if you ever known any, they're people. They poop like you do. They eat like you do. Maybe they eat a little bit better in certain instances, but they got family problems. I mean, Rob Reiner and that kid have had problems for quite some time. But nonetheless, nobody needs to die that way. All right, so let me move on to the next thing I got to talk to you about. This is crazy. This is, well, you'll recognize her.
Under his leadership, we all know prices are up, inflation is up, unemployment is up, healthcare costs for millions of Americans are about to double. We all know that in the midst of all this, the truth and reality of the moment, that just a few days ago, he said the economy was, I had to count the pluses, they're 5. A plus, 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 plus. That's what he said when asked, rate the economy. A.
Do you remember what she and Biden said about the economy? Probably not. that's probably why she didn't get too many laughs during that section, because people who have intelligence look at her and, well, you know, you were the vice president just a little while ago. You and Joe ran all this stuff just a little while ago. What did you do while you were in office? How can you now pretend as though you had nothing to do with this? Maybe just go look at old border videos. You know, the place where you just open the door and let 10, 15, 20 million people in. And now you want to act like you had nothing to do with it. It wasn't me.
Plus, 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 plus. There is nothing A+ about any of this.
You know, there are people out there who are obviously trained SEALs. They just clap for the hell of it. Where if I was on that stage and I would have followed her, and there's nothing A++ about it. No, okay. So there's nothing about gas prices being around $2. That's not A+. You people, oh, that's right. You live in California. You're paying $8 a gallon anyway. So no, you don't know what's happening in the rest of the country. Wow, people are paying $2 a gallon. Yeah, they are. They're paying $2 a gallon for gas. How about the fact that there's no wars? Yeah, that's A++ as well. You remember, you guys were in war all over the world, right? Yeah, all these things were happening, and yet you have a failed vice president attacking the successes of of President Trump like it never happened. Prices exploded under her watch. Now she ignores it. Gas prices exploded when she was vice president. Now she ignores it. Inflation, unemployment have dropped under President Trump. She's lying. No policies, just attacks. See, that's when you know you're dealing with a set of people who already know they lost. And what I mean by that is, and I've challenged people to tell me anything that the Democrats can do to improve your life. Well, any of them. Has there been anybody who's got in front of a microphone and said, here's how my plan to improve your life? Here's what I think we can do to improve your life. No? Trump sucks? That's a bumper sticker. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, they market falsehoods. There's nothing real about them. I'd love to go to a town hall. Can you just stop what you're doing and give me, I don't know, 5 things you'd like to do to improve our lives? Not the lives of the immigrants. How can you improve the lives of America? What would you like to see happen? They don't want lower gas prices because they don't want you driving. You have to remember that. They don't want you driving. They don't want you to have guns. They want the other guys to have guns so that, you can just be picked off as needed. They don't want you to have free will. They don't want you talking on X. They wish X would just die. They would just go away. So tell me what you do want. Just any of you. Can any of you get on stage and say, this is what we want? And don't tell me about Obamacare subsidies, because that's telling me what you're going to take. You're not going to do something. You're going to take from other people. All they can do is attack and attack and attack. And they blame Trump for everything. She doesn't realize she lost because they have nothing to offer. And so what we're seeing right now in the media is an absolute attack to try and keep these people relevant.
We must be candid and clear. Donald Trump is not the only source of our problems. He and the rise of the MAGA movement, I believe, are a symptom of a failed system.
You. have caused the failure of America. You. That was her deplorables moment. Donald Trump and these MAGA people have caused all kinds of problems. What did we do? Oh, you voted for him. The fact that you voted for him means you've caused all these problems. The fact that you wanted cheaper gas, that you want cheaper food, that you don't want the country run over by newcomers, the fact that you don't want to see babies ripped out of wombs. You're causing all these problems. We had it. We have the recipe. All right, well, tell us. Open borders, ripping babies up to the date of birth. That's not doing anything for me. You want to win, tell me what you're going to do for me. In fact, when you listen to her talk, she's like an endorsement of President Trump. She's defending the failed system that has caused Americans to suffer, while at the same time saying it's your problem because you let it happen. You let the suffrage go away. You have this stupid idea in your head about living a good life. You morons. You're an absolute moron if you want that. You don't deserve that.
That is the result of years of outsourcing and offshoring, financial deregulation.
Offshoring financial deregulation? Didn't you drain the strategic oil reserves and give the money to, actually give the oil to other countries? Didn't you make us buy oil from Venezuela? Didn't you give money in the tune of billions to like small countries in Africa so they could have sex change surgeries? What the hell is that for me? What's that for you? And what's it even to the people in her audience? As she stands there looking, don't they know that hundreds of billions, trillions have been stolen from the American people? Is that what you want? I would ask her, do you want us funding all of these programs in these places that we can't even identify on a map instead of taking care of Americans? And then a very simple question, she's coming back. What are you offering? Not Trump?
Growing income inequality, a broken campaign finance system, and endless partisan gridlock. All contribute.
I'll give her that one. I will give her endless partisan gridlock, because with everything needing 60 votes to get something done, we are never going to progress. So she might just have said, yeah, hey, Mike Johnson, John Thune, you gotta do the filibuster because we're going to do it. We're going to end this gridlock. We're going to make sure we never have to go through this again. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance have both said they're going to do it to us. What kind of weak-kneed, limp-wristed wussy are you not to hit them now while you have the chance? She just did this. I think this one, I don't see the date. She just gave that speech. And the only way to get rid of gridlock is to make sure there is none. And the only way to make sure of that is to kill the filibuster, which they're going to do. And then we might as well be done as a country. Wake up. Wake up, people. Okay. How dare you say Merry... Yeah, she said that too. How dare you say Merry Christmas while she was dancing around at the same time? Yep. How dare you? What do you mean, how dare me? You're going to tell me I can't say words? You can kiss it. You have to be brain dead to believe her. People like live a day life, not following her that life. With her and Biden show proof they screw up a lot of things in the last 4 years. Let's see here. Funding terrorists and others against the United States, its citizens, and our military. Absolute corruption. Are those shoulder pads supposed to make her look more powerful? I don't even pay attention to that. You're right. I didn't even realize she had squared off shoulders there. I thought shoulder pads went out of style. I didn't know women were still wearing big shoulder pads like that. I did know it. I thought that had been something that has been in the past. I didn't know that they were back. Don't forget, she mocked Christ and lost. Exactly. Who would pay money or even waste their time to listen to this fool speak? Well, that's a great question. That's an audience she's talking to who have not taken advantage of anything President Trump is doing, yet continue to complain about stuff. And I'm thinking, what are you complaining about? They can't answer that. They just want the money to go to other countries so they can steal. That must be the only answer, because nothing else makes sense. All right, so President Trump is supposed to come on at 3 o'clock. I'm watching it, but let me continue here. All right, here we go. So the Somali fraud, it just keeps going. It just keeps getting bigger.
President Trump has blown the lid off of the refugee industrial complex. And the way this works is exactly the way that you said. The U.S. government historically, and this of course got taken to the highest degree ever under Biden, hands out billions, with a B, billions of dollars in grants to these third-party groups, non-governmental organizations, to work with the Department of State to find the poorest populations from the most dysfunctional places in the world. And then
I love, man, I would pay money to go see him talk. I really would. I would love, because he just cuts to the bone. You send money to these places that have no business being sent to. I've said many times here, if we have to subsidize a country, then that tells me the country can't stand on its own. So they have found out by using these NGOs and stuff, that by using NGOs, they can basically funnel money to pet projects, and then at the same time have the pet projects funnel them stuff here. There seems to be something interesting going on. Looks like they're surrounding Rob Reiner. No, this can't be Rob Reiner. This definitely ain't. Oh, this is Providence, Rhode Island. Here, listen.
Any bit of evidence to further this investigation live out of Providence, Rhode Island, John?
Yeah, anything that the gunman might have dropped or tossed on his way out of the building as he went walking down the street, because that's right in the area there where the surveillance camera got a picture of him, where our Brian Yennis has been dutifully reporting from.
Okay, so we're going to continue watching this.
I think SV just posted in the chat. Hey, you have a university like Brown, billions in endowment. I think it's like $8 or $9 billion. Ivy League school, and you don't have any cameras. Oh man, this is like these schools. They charge you $100,000 a year to go to, and I just want you to see this. This is just absolutely insane. Okay, wrong thing. Okay, where am I? Where was that? Oh, it's this button.
Released them a number of hours later because of...
It's 2025, and we have grown men shoulder to shoulder kicking the snow. That's where we are for evidence at this point, is having 10 people go out there shoulder to shoulder, and let's kick around the snow and see if we can find something. I just can't. Oh, we got a good one here. Oh, hold on. Which one is this?
From a new House Oversight Committee report. Our congressional correspondent Bill Malugin with the latest on Capitol Hill. Bill?
Well, John, Republicans on the House Oversight Committee say their investigation concluded that this outgoing D.C. police chief was trying to make the city seem a whole lot safer than it really was, and she was doing it by allegedly cooking the books on crime statistics. So the Republicans on the committee say their investigation consisted of interviewing 7 different D.C. Metro police commanders who represent all of the patrol districts out here. That included a former commander who's currently suspended for allegedly tampering with crime stats in his own district. And these are some of the conclusions they've made in their report. Number one, they allege that D.C. Metro Police Chief Pamela Smith pressured commanders to report lower crime stats by any means necessary. Commanders testified that Chief Smith pushed them to pursue lesser charges that aren't publicly reported, even for serious crimes, and she also required certain crimes to be reviewed by her office. In a statement on this report, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says in part, quote, Chief Pamela Smith coerced staff to report artificially low crime data and cultivated a culture of fear to achieve her agenda. Chief Smith's decision to mislead the public by manipulating crime stats is dangerous and undermines trust in both local leadership and law enforcement. Meanwhile, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser was asked to respond to the House Oversight Committee Republicans' findings earlier this morning. Take a listen.
I don't see any evidence of that. If the claim is, and I don't think anybody has demonstrated that the police chief directed anybody to change numbers. When the committee provides me their backup information, which they haven't, when the committee provided the report to the Washington Post before they provided it to us, highly unusual when you're talking about an audit of numbers.
Do you find it odd that ever since President Trump brought the forces into Washington, D.C., you saw both Mayor Muriel Bowser and this D.C. police chief both seemingly capitulate to President Trump, i.e. get out of his way, and then both of them decide to take the side exit. Muriel Bowser not running for re-election, and the chief of police, well, she resigned. Is it a coincidence? I don't think there are any coincidences. I've told you guys that for some time. That's not a coincidence. That something happened, and now they probably told her, we found out that you're cooking the books. You're going to have to get out of here. All right, so back to Somalia. Excuse me. Let's listen to what Steve Miller has to say.
Bring them into small town America. They typically look for areas in rural communities, rural places, or more traditional Midwestern towns that they can completely transform. So they send them to small towns in Ohio, to small towns in Maine, and of course we've seen their central project has been in Minneapolis and St. Paul in the Twin Cities in Minnesota. And so these nonprofits get massively rich. They rake in a fortune. They become...
You know, it's funny, at that speech where Kamala was, nobody asked the question. Nobody asked the question. Why did y'all bring all these people into Minnesota? Why did you bring all these Somalis into Minnesota? Would love to know that. Nobody's telling anybody that. But now it's all being revealed.
Some of the wealthiest nonprofits the world has ever seen. And their job is to fly the refugees here, to help them become citizens, and to ensure that they are enrolled in every welfare benefit program imaginable.
The gravy train.
All of it at the expense of the American people. Exactly. It is heinous, it is shameful, and I'm proud of the fact, which we don't say enough, President Trump has stopped all refugee resettlement into the country. The only refugee resettlement that is happening are the Afrikaners being persecuted in South Africa.
They don't like that because those are white people. We're watching this thing happen in Minneapolis, and we're not hearing anybody, very few, if any, people in the media even talk about it. It might be the greatest financial scandal ever so far. Billions have been stolen. Billions. Taxpayers are funding luxury trips. They're cheating. They're not supposedly feeding kids. And as I said last week, there's no way these people knew how to do this without somebody in the local government and federal government telling them how to cook the books. It is endemic fraud, what we're seeing in these Somali communities. And I mean, absolutely endemic. You can't steal billions of dollars without there being some facilitation from the government. It's impossible. like I said, I consider myself, somewhat intelligent, and I wouldn't even know what programs to apply for. I don't know where the money is that they're dispersing to these Somalis. How did these people who just got off a plane show up in Minneapolis and then were able to steal billions without somebody saying, let me show you the labyrinth here. We'll negotiate the turns and curves for you. All you've got to do is make sure you take the money and make sure you slide some of that jack back to me. It's absolutely insane. Listen to this. This is going to piss you off. I'm just telling you right now, before you hear it, this will piss you off.
This sounds like something out of a spy movie. People going through security and getting on planes with suitcases filled with millions of dollars in cash.
So the woman up top is a TSA agent at the Minneapolis airport. And she is now ringing a bell and being a whistleblower, and she's telling people, we've opened up these suitcases and there's literally millions of dollars. I don't know if you've ever gone through a security checkpoint with like a couple thousand, but they basically want to bend over and stick a microscope up you and have like an, immediate colonoscopy. And yet they're going through St. Paul or whatever it is, Minneapolis, St. Paul Airport with millions of dollars and then told, look the other way.
Tell us what you've actually seen as a TSA agent during the time you worked there.
Well, I've actually seen a lot of things, but the most shocking is exactly that. I saw suitcases filled with millions of dollars of cash, and the couriers were always Somali men traveling in pairs.
I don't think you could write this script. I really don't think you guys could sit down and, hey, let's write script. All right, so we're going to bring over these, these African Somali guys who have bad teeth and probably haven't showered in who knows if ever. We're going to bring them into Minneapolis. We know their IQs are 80, 90. And we're going to make these people mastermind criminals where they can ship around the world millions of dollars. Remember, they could barely eat coconuts a couple months ago. Now they're here and they're just top of the food chain in terms of criminal activity. You buying that? Seriously, are you buying the fact that these people showed up with literally nothing? Some of you may be in a position right now where you're like, I wish I had more money. Well, maybe the problem is you don't live in Minneapolis, because obviously if you showed up in Minneapolis and you didn't have a lot there with you, they could show you how to make millions. And nobody in the news is talking about this.
And they got through the checkpoint. And it just really absolutely blew my mind the first time you open a suitcase and you see millions of dollars of cash. And typically what would happen is a Leo or a law enforcement officer would come, check their credentials. I don't know what kind of questions they asked them, but their IDs were always documented, and probably their plane tickets as well. So
they've been given documents. They've been given, well, maybe they buy their own plane tickets, because now, if you got millions of dollars in your suitcase, you could probably buy your own plane ticket. Probably got credit cards, all kinds of stuff. America, what a country.
So there is a trail of that out there. And I would believe with all the cameras at the airport that if they started there, they could probably find each and every individual that brought money through the checkpoint.
Why did you want to come?
So what's the problem? Now, I bet you Sean Duffy, who is now, the head of the transportation, he probably is going through that. Minnesota, you're screwed. Tim Waltz, you're screwed, Timmy Tampon. They're coming for you. Scott Besson is doing an audit, and they got all the film that she just talked about. Yeah, we can see them. We can see this. You see this suitcase? It's like being in Vegas. They can see it. And nobody on the left even wants to discuss this. You know, if you ask people, hey, what's your net worth? Where do you work? What's in your bank account? Now at this point, we just need to follow the money. The answers are going to come out. But you have to wonder, all of this happened under Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. And what's the mayor over there, Frey? All of this isn't by accident. And then I think we're going to find out that that woman who was killed because she was making, going against the Democrat, don't be surprised if we hear that again. When you talk about this kind of dollars moving around the world, this is a national, absolute national disgrace, right under our noses. And people aren't calling for prosecutions on the left. By the way, have you ever heard anybody on the left call for a prosecution of anybody other than Trump or Pete Hegseth? I never hear them calling for any sort of legal prosecution against anyone on the left. Nobody. Everybody is fine. There's nobody coming across the border. There's nobody stealing this money. Nobody on the left has ever said we'd like to see, an investigation into this. Never. NGOs. We keep hearing about NGOs getting rich off of open borders. Who runs all these NGOs? How are we going to find out who is doing this? There had to have been different trustees and different CEOs and whatever an NGO is, non-governmental organization. But the bottom line is people have to know. Why are we not hearing these names? And I'm not putting this on Pam Bondi. I'm putting it on the people in Minnesota. It starts there. In order for it to be a federal crime, we need to find out what they did to the money and if they took federal dollars and everything else. But at first, it has to start locally.
Forward and share your story.
Because I think Minnesotans need to know that billions of dollars left through the airport. And it was cash. It was literally suitcases full of cash.
Even fraud in Minnesota is now making national headlines. It still seems, though, like elected officials aren't really doing anything about it or trying to ignore it.
It is so frustrating. It was frustrating when I was a TSA agent, and it's certainly frustrating now watching the state's administration doing what they're doing. Walz and Omar, honestly, they should both resign in shame.
Hell with resign. Oh, these people need to be locked up. I mean, Swart sends a comment here, and it says, I thought it was illegal to travel with more than $10,000 cash on your person. I don't think it's illegal. I think you just have to declare it. I think you have to say it. I don't know. There has never been any reason in my life where I would have to travel with more than $10,000 cash. There's probably not much of a legal reason for any of us to have traveled with like $10,000 in cash. I mean, if you got $10,000 in cash, you probably have credit cards. And so I try to travel with as little cash as possible because I can just get off the plane and, if I have to go to an ATM or I have a credit card, there's no need for $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. If you're going to do a business transaction, there's wires. So all of this is red flags. Every single bit of it. It's disgusting. And the problem is nobody's talking about it. This is the kind of thing that's going to blow the election and the midterms completely wide open. This is the kind of thing that the Democrats are hoping people don't know. Once, and I do believe it's coming, once this stuff starts getting prosecuted and it ties into all of the things that these people have been doing on state by state by state basis, there's going to be a lot of people out there who are not going to want to go to jail. There are going to be a lot of people that like tweet, and I don't mean on X. I mean like spilling the beans. The idea, I think, here is to get so many people subject to prosecution that there's so many people talking, cutting deals. And I hope they cut as little deals as possible. As little as possible. All right, some more Somali stuff for you here. Let's look at this one. This was pretty good.
Welcome back. So all week we have talked about Ilhan Omar, the congresswoman from Minnesota, who's somehow worth more than $30 million after having a net worth of $65,000 just 3 years ago. Again,
okay. No, go back further. She's worth $30 million now. She had 65 a couple years ago. I want you to go back when she got on the plane. When she first came over here and had nothing. You know, when she had to marry her brother to get anything done. So she gets off the plane, she's got dirt. Her toes probably all messed up from walking around in dirt. And all of a sudden she finds a way and she's got 65 grand in the bank or net worth. And now she's got 30 million? I wouldn't go yada, yada, yada through that. I would stop and have Scott Besson and everybody else start digging. How in the hell does she have $30 million?
all public information. So how did she get all that money? How did she get all that money? And that other question, that other funny question, did she marry her brother, Ahmed Elmi, on February 12, 2009 in Eden Prairie, Minnesota? We've got the marriage certificate. She did this allegedly, reportedly, so he could get a green card. A man who divides his time between the UK and South Africa now and goes by the name Dirty Dandy on social media, and he is a dandy one. We think these are all reasonable questions to be asking, and joining us now to help us answer those questions, the most prominent Republican in the state of Minnesota, House Majority Whip and Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer. Congressman, great to see you. I want to talk about the money first, if we could. Ilhan Omar founded this program called Feeding Our Families, which was then robbed by $250 million. 3 Somali refugees have been arrested so far. Suddenly, Ilhan's got a net worth of $30 million. Sir, do we think there could be a connection?
Duh! The organization she's working with stole, wasn't it? They took $250 million of taxpayers' money. And then now she's worth $30 million. I don't know how we get here. I don't know how we get here. I don't know how she's not already in handcuffs. And I don't know if you listened to I think it was Friday when President Trump had the white hats. He told Tom Emmer, you got the green light, go do what you got to do.
Oh, we better find out. And Rob, it's great to be with you. Let me just adjust a little bit of that. Ilhan Omar was instrumental, I understand, in creating the funds that were used for nutrition during the crisis known as the pandemic. There is a entity in Minnesota called Feeding Our Future that built that program out of $250 million. It was the single largest pandemic fraud case in the country. When you
I don't understand, because right now I can tell you, if you go down to your local Sears or whatever, there's no more Sears. JCPenney, there's probably no more JCPenney where you live. You go to any store and write a check for like $200 and your check doesn't clear, they're going to come after you. Maybe even the store. So you do something, you're going to get arrested. How the hell did you steal $250 million, put 30 of it in your pocket, and nobody's knocking on the door?
It's not just 3 people have been arrested. You've had 87 people charged in that fraud scheme, and it happens to be that 90% of them come from the Somali community in Minnesota. Did Ilhan know? I have no idea. Was Ilhan involved? I've got the same questions. How do you go from a net worth of $65,000 on a $172,000 annual salary, which, by the way, you got to pay for your health benefits, your housing, everything else? How do you go from that and suddenly have 26 to 30-some million dollars in just 3 years?
It makes don't ask us. That's your job. I understand you're trying to get the word out into the public sphere here, trying to let us know, hey, something smells here. But we're looking for you to answer the answers. Yeah, okay, we get the premise. She had nothing. Now she's got $30 million on a $172,000 a year salary, net, after taxes, her housing, and her brother's sex change or whatever. How do you turn that into $30 million? I can tell you the answer to that. You can't. There is no way that you can. If I gave you $172,000 right now, unless you're going to buy like kilos of yayo, there is no way you could hit and make, I don't know, maybe go to Las Vegas or something, but there's no way legitimately you're turning 170 grand into 30 million in a couple years. It just doesn't work that way. Nancy Pelosi, well, she's been around for, decades. Ilhan Omar, she's been here a couple years. There's no legal, ethical way you could make that much money turning over $170,000. If you said 3, I'm like, yeah, she could do that. I could see somebody taking 170 and turn that into 3 million. Yeah. 30 million? No. There is nothing out there. There is no investment vehicle that you're going to turn $170,000. Let's say after taxes, you're at $140,000. Plus you got to live. You're down to about $120,000, and you're going to turn that into $3 million? No, doesn't exist. I don't need to look around. I know it's funny. I know it's fake. It's criminal. Somebody needs to be looking at this stuff.
Doesn't stop there. You got to look at our governor. You got to look at our attorney general.
Yeah, I agree. It makes no sense. Look, Bernie Madoff didn't do that well in the stock market, and he was cheating. He was actually cheating the system, and his returns weren't that good. According to one report, this new CBS report, which I applaud CBS for doing this, Minnesota Somalian fraudsters went on a, quote, spending spree in which defendants, many of Somali descent, took taxpayer money meant to feed hungry children and used it to buy cars, property, and jewelry. Videos show them popping champagne at an opulent Maldives resort. In a text message, one defendant said, "You're going to be the richest 25-year-old, God willing." Congressman, how big a problem is this? And how much do you think, just your opinion, but how much do you think Ilhan Omar knew about this?
Well, it's a major problem, and I know we're talking about Ilhan, but there's a much bigger scope. If you look at it, we're talking about over $1 billion in fraud and growing, right? There's Medicaid fraud.
So I'm going to answer my own question. I'm going to answer that question for you. The only way this couldn't be prosecuted and being looked into right now is that it's being held back. It's not time yet. Don't do it now. We got a midterms coming up. Let's just let's sit on this. Don't give them time to regroup. Don't give them time to have a counter argument. I want to see this drop, I don't know, July, August. I want to see this. Let people trash Trump for the next couple months. Get all your ducks in a row and drop this in July or August. Don't give them time to regroup. Bring her out in handcuffs. Bring out all of them out in handcuffs. Show people, yep, this is what we're waiting for. Drop it all out there. And they won't have time to recoup or regroup. Because I gotta believe they know what's going on. I think every one of us sitting here goes, yeah, they know it's been theft. Well, they know things are being stolen. So we just need to know what time we need to pull the trigger on this, metaphorically speaking.
Feeding our future fraud, it goes on and on.
Yeah.
You've got every aspect, thanks to Donald J. Trump, investigating this. Our U.S. Attorney, Dan Rosen, just made the statement that it goes to the highest levels of Minnesota government looking the other way. We know that Ilhan...
So if you make that statement, then you know. At this point, Tim Walz is he probably doesn't even have solid bowels anymore. He knows I'm cooked. And so you just sweat him. I just want him to just walk around looking over his shoulders. I want Ilhan Omar. At this point, they're probably being watched. Can you imagine that life? Can you imagine the life of you knowing you've done something on a really big scale, and now they know that you did something, and all you're doing right now is you're just wondering when it's going to drop, when it's going to happen. And so you can't move any money because anything you do is being watched. You can't send, a couple gazillion over to Somalia. Nope, they'll intercept it. So you're like a trapped dog at this point. You're don't dare send an email or a text. Don't call anybody. They're listening. To me, I think it's just best to just sweat them out. With all the surveillance things that we have at this point, just watch everything. Let these rats squirm. Before you drop the hammer, who are they going to call? And I want you to put yourself in that position right now. You've done something really bad. And certain people know. And what do you do to get yourself out of it? It's too late. Now that they're talking about it in public, that's what gives me that feeling. Once it started being talked about in public, I'm like, oh, they got them. They're watching the rats inside of a maze at this point. Because once people start talking about it in public, like we heard the other day when Pete Hegseth was talking about AI in the military, once they tell you what they're doing, they're already doing it. They've been doing it. And so now you just got to sit there and hope they don't come for you. And that's what Tim Walz is probably living under.
Omar is the replacement for Keith Ellison. Keith Ellison is the sitting attorney general. He and Tim Walz came in at the same time 7 years ago. And guess what, Rob? When they came in, and Ilhan has to know about this, when they came in, Keith Ellison announced there would be no more investigations without his approval. Guess what? He didn't approve any of them. And this thing has been allowed to go on. It's either the most incompetent leadership we've ever seen, or there is criminal complicity, and that's why we've got to answer the questions. If it goes to the...
I would change that too. I would say both. We are looking at gross incompetence and criminal activity. These people were not the sharpest tools in the shed. They just didn't think they'd ever get caught. You see, you could operate with complete impunity. You can do whatever you want. You can go to the Maldives and have champagne and the beach, and you can have, snort coke off of hookers' bellies, and you can do all that when you don't think you're going to get caught. When you think it's a foregone conclusion that Trump's not going to win, Kamala's going to be here. We're fine. Everything's fine. And then you wake up on November 5th and went, he won. Too late at that point. Hang your head. Whatever you could do between November and January where they took over is all you could get away with. But I'm pretty sure there were people in military who were watching them right after the election. So again, cornered rats.
Levels of our government. Does that include Ilhan Omar? Does that include Tim Walz? Does that include Keith Ellison? We need to find out. If it does, they need to be held accountable.
Yeah, I agree with you. Here's more from that report. Defendants from Ilhan Omar's district, by the way, Congressman, allegedly sent a, quote, confirmation email for a stay in an overwater villa with a private pool at the Radisson Blue Resort Maldives, a lakefront property in Minnesota. First-class tickets to Istanbul.
Okay, so what you can do right now on your computer after the show, of course, you can look up the Radisson Blue in the Maldives and see what a room costs per night there. You know, lakefront property, wherever it is, wherever there's real estate, is completely trackable. They can see who bought it, how they buy it, where did the cash come from, how did it hit the title agency or the attorney's office. It's all trackable. So when you see these kind of things, you have to know these people were operating from a perspective of, we got this. This is it. We're in like Flint. Because if you were trying to be a little covert, you wouldn't be doing that. Wait till the tax part comes along. They've been paying taxes. Is Ilhan Omar paying taxes? Too late. It's too late. At this point, you didn't think you were going to get caught, and there's nothing you can do at this point on the backside. Maybe just take off. Maybe that's why the millions were in cash at the airport. We got to get out of here, man. We got to go. And then disappear over in Somalia or someplace. That's maybe what happened there. We had to get out. Go to some country that, is as third worldly as Somalia. I mean, just imagine the country of Somalia if there's even such a thing. No government. Run by warlords. You want to be a safe guy in Somalia? Pay off a warlord, give him $500,000. Except when you give the warlord $500,000, he's like, well, you must have more. And then the warlord follows you home and chops off your head and takes the rest of your money. These people are in a really bad way. I would not want to be looking over my shoulders the way they probably have to.
Istanbul and Amsterdam. When Tim Walz was asked about it this week, that's the governor of Minnesota, here's his statement, quote, instead of demonizing our Somali community, we're going to do more to welcome more in. I don't know.
I think President Trump's got something to say about that. Imagine having the actual cojones to make that statement. Instead of demonizing our Somali community, we're going to do more to welcome more in. How about you maybe should have said Somali Americans? Americans from Somalia? No, they're letting you know straight up front. These people aren't Americans, aren't going to be Americans. They're Somalis. It's our Somali community. That's very telling in itself.
He wants to welcome more people from Somalia in. But I do want to ask you about this as well. You're the third most prominent Republican in the House, meaning you have the power right now, and the Republicans could lose the House next November. That could happen. I hope it doesn't, but it could. So my question, why hasn't this alleged marriage to her brother been properly investigated? Why hasn't this been done? And look, I understand the statute of limitations for criminal proceedings may have expired, but I think it's probably worth embarrassing this woman if she did, in fact, marry her brother and break a federal law to get him into the country. Don't you?
Yeah, well, first off, Tim Walz, I tell you what, awful tough to be defending criminal activity. It's not that all Somalis are criminals. It just happens to be that 90% of these crimes are being committed by Somalis. This is not about being nice to our neighbors. This is about calling out criminal activity and holding people accountable. Second, this money has been going back to Somalia. It's been going to al-Shabaab. Our Treasury Secretary just announced this morning they're now looking into money service businesses which do financial transactions outside of traditional banks. That is
all right. So that being said, if Scott Besson is already looking at the money transfer services like Cash Apps or Western Union or things of that nature, all of that is trackable. From the time you give the person the cash and you say send it over there, it's all traceable. We can figure out where that money is going. So if we know where the money is going, we know who it's going to. So that should tell you they're doing a whole lot of data collection.
By a known terrorist group, al-Shabaab. And when you talk about Ilhan Omar, that story about her marriage was broken by a guy named Scott Johnson on Powerline years ago. This is a part of a bigger problem. We do not have a fourth establishment in Minnesota, the press, that is willing to do their job. And finally, Donald Trump calls attention to it, and everybody is starting to weigh in. Hopefully, we're going to get our answers. And people who have come to this country illegally, misrepresented themselves, guess what? I don't care what your status is. The law says you go home.
You make a good point. I'm up against a break. I've got about 15 seconds. Again, an investigation into this, what could be a sham marriage. Will you pursue that?
I think it already is being pursued. The problem
that's the key. And if you remember last Friday, he's the guy who's pursuing it. He is the guy President Trump said, you're from Minnesota, you got the green light to go get this done. That's what I've been saying. Oh, okay, so we got the president coming on right now. Let me go ahead and jump to this. He's only a half hour late, but nonetheless, he's here. 1 second. Where is my, hold on. Give me a second.
We had a very good conversation 1 hour ago with the European leaders, many of them involving the war with Russia and Ukraine. We had a long discussion, and things are seemingly going well, but we've been saying that for a long time, and it's a difficult one. We had, as you know, settled 8 wars, and one was having a little problem yesterday, Thailand and Cambodia. We were able to straighten that out. There was some killing going on that shouldn't have happened, and we appreciate them working to get it straightened out, and they have. The security protocols yesterday were amazing, and they have been amazing, having to do with Russia and Ukraine. And I had a long talk with President Zelensky. Also, I spoke with the heads of Germany, Italy, NATO, Finland, France, the United Kingdom, Poland, Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands. We had very long and very good talks. And again, I think things are going along pretty well. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. It shouldn't happen. It should have never happened. Should have never started. That war should have never, ever started. But it did, and we're trying to get it solved. That was Biden's situation. We're trying to get it done. And I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We had numerous conversations with President Putin of Russia, and I think we're closer now than we have been ever. And we'll see what we can do. We want to save a lot of lives. We sell equipment to NATO. We don't spend any money, but we do want to see if we can save a lot of lives. When you're losing 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, or other people too, from towns, and like places like Kiev, various other places throughout Ukraine, it's pretty bad. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually, since World War II. But we're getting closer. We're having tremendous support from European leaders. They want to get it ended also. And at this moment, Russia wants to get it ended. The problem is they'll want to get it ended, and then all of a sudden they won't. And Ukraine will want to get it ended, and all of a sudden they won't. So we have to get them on the same page. But I think that's working along. Very good talk. On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order making it core mission of the United States military to protect and defend the homeland. And today, we're here to honor our military men and women for their central role in the protection of our border, something that I campaigned very, very strongly on. And they made me look really good. They're unbelievable. They made us all look good. I mean, we went from having millions of people pouring over our border to having none in the last 8 months, none. In a few moments, we'll officially recognize their service by awarding them the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. We're joined for this occasion by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, Commander of U.S. Northern Command, General Gregory Gio, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott Noman, Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, Terry Cole, and many other members of our administration who have done an incredible job on the border. You know, people forget now that the border has been secure for actually 7 months, think of it, more. And they don't mention the border anymore. Nobody talks about the border. They talk about affordability, and we're the ones that are bringing the prices down. We were given the worst inflation in our country's history, and we're bringing the prices down. But the affordability is on the Democrats because they have made it unaffordable to be in this country, but we're bringing those prices down, and they're coming down quickly. Energy is coming way down, and if you look, gasoline prices are hitting in many locations $1.99 a gallon. Nobody thought they'd see that. There were $4, $5, and $6 a gallon under Biden. In the 4 years before I took office, our southern border was surrendered to criminals, drug cartels, human traffickers, and child smugglers. Our entire southwest border on the Mexican side is under the physical control of cartels that are among the most violent entities nobody's ever seen anywhere on the planet, the most violent people on the planet. Remember when the Democrats and others, the radical left, used to say that the people they're allowing into our country, immigrants, are nice people. They're not violent like our people. Well, violent entities nobody's ever seen anywhere on the planet, the most violent people on the planet. Remember when the Democrats and others, the radical left, used to say that the people they're allowing into our country, immigrants, are nice people. They're not violent like our people. Well, they make our people look like babies. These are some of the most violent criminals anywhere on earth. From many countries, not just Venezuela. Venezuela emptied their jails into our country. But others have also. The Congo has. So many other countries have. And we don't put up with it. I have to say the drugs coming in by sea are down 94%. And we're trying to figure out who the other 6% are. But they're down 94%, and we're going to start hitting them on land, which is a lot easier to do, frankly. But these are a direct military threat to the United States of America. They're trying to drug out our country. And you can look throughout history. Look at China when they were loaded up with drugs. They were suffering greatly, and others were able to take them over. And other countries also. They're trying to drug out our country, and we're reversing it rapidly, actually. But with the help of our great service members, we've stopped the invasion in its tracks, and we're dismantling the cartels very rapidly. And they are being declared enemies of the United States of America. They have been so declared, legally declared. More than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. It is indeed an incredible and historic operation. And we've never done anything so effectively, and we've had a lot of victories. They've spent night and day enduring scorching hot and bitter cold, and they've given up their holidays and their weekends, working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols along the border, and today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned, and they have really earned it. The military component of our border security efforts is just the beginning. We're also designating the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a big deal from a legal standpoint and military standpoint. We've ended catch and release, and we endured and ensured that anyone who sets foot across our border illegally is intercepted, arrested, and immediately deported, or if they're really bad, they're put into prison because we don't want to ever take a chance if they come back. As a result, illegal border crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded in the history of our country. Think of that. The history of our country. You can all be very proud. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States of America. We inherited the worst border in the history of our country, one of the worst borders, I would say, in the world. I can't imagine any border in the world being worse when they allowed 25 million people to come in. And again, many of these people are gang members and from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And some of the worst people on earth they allowed to come into our country. We're getting a lot of them out. We've made a big dent. And the self-deportation is something nobody talks about, but literally millions of people are self-deporting because they don't want to be captured. Once they're captured, they don't have the chance to self-deport. They never have the chance to come back into our country. We inherited that border from an incompetent administration and turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. So we took the worst border in the history of our country, and in a period of 2 months, we turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China is working with us very closely in bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is very important for medicine, for anesthesias, various other things. I want people to understand that. It's not made necessarily for bad. When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad. And that's what's taking place in Mexico. And we've got it down to a Much lower number, not satisfactory, but it will be satisfactory soon. In May, we executed the largest fentanyl bust in the history of the U.S., seizing 3 million fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that, 3 million pills. It's amounted to billions of dollars worth of drugs. And last month, we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent, and frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high-intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on, and because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado, and he was afraid to do anything. But he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and got involved in it, they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She caught people cheating on the election, 2020, along with a lot of other people that cheated on that election. You'll see that coming out more and more. But there's no doubt that America's adversaries are trafficking fentanyl into the United States, in part because they want to kill Americans. If this were a war, that would be one of the worst wars. I believe they killed, over the last 5 or 6 years, per year, 200 to 300,000 people. You hear about 100,000, which is a lot of people, but the number's much higher than that. That's been proven. And they've destroyed a lot of families. Because when they lose a child, or even if their child is heavily addicted, you lose that family. The family will never be the same. That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is.
Boom.
No bomb does what this is doing. 200 to 300,000 people die every year that we know of. So we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. But before I sign the fentanyl order, we will pin these great service members with their medals. And here today are the first 13 warriors who will receive the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. First, I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kane to say a few words. I'd like to have Tom Homan come up, please, if you would, say a few words. And I want to thank all of the people, Pam and everybody, Stephen Miller, great Stephen Miller, what a job he's doing, for being here. Thank you both. Appreciate it very much. We have so many great people here. But I do want to ask Tom to say a few words also. So, Pete, why don't you start it off, please? Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. I would echo what you said. This has been a team effort from the beginning. Tom Homan, Terry Cole, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, Christy Nome, Customs and Border Patrol, Protection. It has been one team, one mission to get 100% operational control of the southern border. You want to talk about America First, peace through strength and common sense? It all manifests in one basic phrase down there. Border security is national security. And we had the task of 100% control, and because of these men and women back here, we've achieved that. Nobody is crossing the southern border. And I want to give a big shout out to our Northern Command, General Guillot. From day one, our department didn't look at the border this way before you. Joe Biden allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people, drugs, gangs, violence, and the military jumped to it on day one with our partners. Ultimately, it was incredible Americans. There's 13 up here with us today. They all represent about 2,000 people who've served at the border so far. So 25,000 Americans qualify for this Mexican National Defense Border Medal that we're announcing today. And what's cool about this medal, it was actually first given out in 1918. So we're reviving an old medal that existed, was given to men and women who defended the southern border. We found out about it. We used the exact same foundry with the exact same imagery, same color, same medal, same everything. So our men and women will be wearing that very same medal as Americans 100 years before who were asked to defend the sovereignty of our country. President Trump was elected to do that. You have done that, Mr. President. We're proud of this mission. We're proud to defend the American people. And pinning these medals on is an example of how important it is to us. So thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, I want to echo your thanks and gratitude for the Joint Force. I also want to highlight General Gio, General Nauman, and Command Sergeant Major Johnson, but also leaders at every level that came together, not just in our Joint Force, but in the interagency. And I want to specifically highlight our Border Patrol teammates and our Office of Air and Marine teammates, who, when I went down to the southern border and visited, were right there next to the Joint Force. I also want to thank not just these 13 individuals, but the Joint Force that was also down there and your families who poured in to make this deployment possible on the southern border. And of course, this time of the year, I'm always thinking about our currently deployed forces who are out there around the world doing our nation's business, and of course our fallen and their families who show us what courage and tenacity really are as they move forward after the loss of a service member. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Please.
You know, it's always an honor for me to be in the Oval Office with the greatest president of my lifetime. Yes, I said it, and I meant it. You know, I just got home last night. I toured the border in California, Arizona, and Texas. I did it in a four-wheel drive. I did it on the river. I did it from the air. Hundreds upon hundreds of miles of border. I didn't see one illegal alien. Not a single one. I've done this since 1984. I worked for 6 different presidents. No one has done more than President Trump. What he has done is gave us the most secure border in the history of this nation. Hard stop. I went to hundreds of miles of border and didn't see one illegal alien. Incredible, considering the Biden administration, we had 10, 12,000 a day, most released in the United States. I'm proud to be with these patriots behind me. I'm already proud to be in the Oval Office of the President, but being with these heroes, I met some of these soldiers down on the border. And actually, a shout out to Fort Drum, New York. We got some 10th Mountain Division here, so Elise Stefanik, Claudia Tennant, we all love Fort Drum and the 10th Mountain. So look, this is a game changer. I want to make something perfectly clear, because we get attacked all the time being inhumane. The Biden administration is much more humane. It's a bunch of crap. Because there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey through the cartels get sexually assaulted. They get raped. And not just the women, children too. I've done numerous investigations in that. Sex trafficking was at historic highs with that open border. Fentanyl, historic highs that killed 250,000 Americans. No inspector terrorists that came across the border. Record, historic. What happened under the Biden administration was the most inhumane thing I've seen in my lifetime. Now that the border is 96% decline, 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of the most brilliant people I've met in my entire life. President Trump brought together one hell of a team here, and the success proves. We all working together, one team, one fight. We're not done yet. We're going to keep going, and I guarantee you we're going to continue saving thousands and thousands of lives. Secure border means strong national security. Secure border saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, let's do the medals, and I'll be signing this. Maybe you'll do the medals first, and then I'll sign it, okay? Please. Goodbye, Nice medal. It's not bad. Great job. Great job, fellas.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No auto pen. None, ever. We don't like auto pens, right? We don't like auto pens. How about gathering around me and we'll hold this up. Congratulations. It's an amazing job. Come on around. Come on around. Let's take a good picture. Fantastic job. You guys, fantastic job. Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Great job. What you've done is unprecedented. How about holding that up? You guys hold it up. Nice. Hold it up high. You deserve it more than me. So I'm going to give you another medal, though, that may be more beautiful. I'm not sure it means as much, but it's really good, okay? This is gun medal. This is the one the military loves. So we're going to start, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Here you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's pretty nice. Want to compare it? Let me see, compare it. Let me see how that looks. I don't know. That looks pretty good.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But that means something very special.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. President.
You can tie it around your neck. It's got a nice ribbon. I think you'll like it. It's special. We don't give them to many people.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Come on over here. Come here. Look at this guy.
The man's made it happen, sir.
That's 4 sides up big. That means a lot up there. Hey, General, come on over here, even though you have one. I gave him one. No, this general right here, General Raisin Cage. He's a great general. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is a fantastic moment. I haven't done this before. And the job they've done on the border is unthinkable. What they left us with, that they would have open borders with millions of people, 25 million people, probably more than that, pouring into our border, totally unchecked and unvetted. Now we have the opposite. And we want people in our country, but they have to come in legally. And they know that, and they know they're not getting through, so now they don't even try. So all of the death that Tom Holman talked about, the rape and the death and all the problem, doesn't really happen because the caravans, a name I think I came up with, maybe not, but the caravans are very small. In fact, for the most part, they don't even exist anymore because they know they're not going to get through. In a little while, you'll be seeing I'm suing the BBC for putting words in my mouth, literally. They put words in my mouth. They had me saying things that I never said coming out. I guess they used AI or something. So we'll be bringing that lawsuit. A lot of people are asking, when are you bringing that lawsuit? Even the media can't believe that one. They actually put terrible words in my mouth having to do with January 6th that I didn't say. And the beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words, talking about patriotism and all of the good things that I said, they didn't say that, but they put terrible words. They actually have me speaking with words that I never said, and they got caught because I believe somebody at BBC said, this is so bad, it has to be reported. That's called fake news. So we'll be filing that suit probably this afternoon or tomorrow morning. I want to thank all of you for being here. If you have any questions, I guess you could ask, but this is really a day of celebration for these people. The job they've done is really unprecedented. So go ahead.
On Brown University, Mr. President, do you know what the motive of the shooter was? Is it was
No,
it
we
a targeted
don't.
attack?
No, it's, that's moving along now, and we don't. And we're going to see what happens. Hopefully, they're going to capture this animal. Hopefully, they're going to capture it.
Has Kash Patel told you why it's been so difficult for the FBI to identify who the shooter is?
Well, it's always difficult. So far, we've done a very good job of doing it with Charlie, with the various times this has happened. They've done it in pretty much record time. But you really have to ask the school a little bit more about that, because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. But you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact. And the FBI will do a good job, but they came in after the fact.
Do you know if it was targeted, Mr. President?
No, they don't know that yet, no.
Sir, on the issue of drugs, is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana under the control?
We are considering that, yeah.
Okay. Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Katie?
is it true that the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister,
please?
are the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister for the hit on the Hamas general true? And is Israel undermining your efforts to be a peacemaker?
No, Israel and I have gotten along very well. My relationship with Bibi Netanyahu has been obviously a very good one. Look, we took out Iran. We wiped out, with that plane right there, we wiped out the B-2 bomber, we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat, and because of that, we were able to make peace in the Middle East. No, we've had a very good relationship with Israel. We actually have a very good relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that.
Mr. President, on the Syria ambush of U.S. forces, do you still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do. I mean, this had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And no, this had nothing to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with ISIS.
What will the U.S. response be?
As a response, they'll be hit hard, yeah.
Javier Negre, Real America's Voice on Español. First of all, thanks for honoring these heroes. The communists have lost Chile. The pro-Trump candidate, José Antonio Caz, won the elections. Do you think this right-wing wave in the Spanish world is due to your influence?
Well, we just had a good one in Honduras, as you know. Had a great election there. I endorsed somebody that was not leading, and he won the election. And we had a good one just a couple of hours ago. I found out in Chile, the person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects to him. I hear he's a very good person.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. This year you fired Democrats from a number of federal agencies, and now going into 2026, there are some key regulators like the SEC, the CFTC that are going to have 0 Democrats. Do you plan to appoint Democrats to fill those empty spots, or do you think that federal agencies shouldn't have Democrat commissioners?
Well, do you think they would be appointing Republicans if it were up to them? So, we'll look at it. Look, we want to be fair, but typically they're not appointing Republicans. So you're asking me the question whether or not I'd appoint Democrats. But there are certain areas that we do look at, and there are certain areas that we do share power. And I'm open to that, please.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. It was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all, in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country,
Blue slips, Mr. President. Leader Thune doesn't seem like he wants to get rid of blue slips. Will there be consequences for the Senate if they
Well, I think they should get rid of blue slips because as a Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words, if you have one, not two, you don't need two, just one. If you have one Democrat senator, where we have a lot of them, you have one Democrat senator in a state, it is not possible to appoint, because of blue slips, a judge. It's not possible to appoint a U.S. attorney. You see that happening. And I think it's a disgrace. I think blue slips are a disgrace. They've long since, they should not be relevant anymore. This is a different world than it was 15, 20 years ago. You know, that was a gentleman and gentlewoman world. This is a little bit different, unfortunately. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what do you want to see Congress do this week as it relates to health care and the expiring ACA?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd like to see the people get the money. I'd like to see all of the money that's going to the Democrat insurance companies. You know, the insurance companies are making a fortune. They're up 1,700% and more. And they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars. And Obamacare gives you terrible health care. Just so you understand, Obamacare was set up, and I said it right from the beginning, for the benefit of the health insurance companies, of the insurance companies. They're making billions and billions of dollars. Their stock is through the roof. I don't want to give them anything. I want all money going to the people and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at a much lower cost.
Sir, would you like Republicans next year to just use reconciliation to do with health care exactly what you laid out, and they wouldn't have to worry about Democratic votes?
Well, that or knock out the filibuster. If you knocked out the filibuster, it would all go away. But we have a few people that wouldn't do that. It's crazy. Look, we should knock out the filibuster. And if you did that, we'd get voter ID. You'd have no mail-in voting, all things that make our elections dishonest. And you'd get a lot of other things having not even to do with voting. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster, and we should approve a lot of things. You wouldn't have January 30th looming, because, you know, you have the 30th of January looming. You know that, right? And if we knocked out the filibuster, it would be just a simple approval. But you have some Republicans that they're unable to explain why. You know, if you ask them why, they're unable to explain it. They cannot win the debate. But they should knock out the filibuster. And frankly, they should get rid of the blue slips too. Yeah.
Mr. President, the Democrats won Miami, where you won the election 1 year ago. Do you think it's because of the Hispanic media like Telemundo that are publishing fake news about the ICE operations? How do you plan to win back those votes for midterms?
Yeah, well, I won that whole election. And, you know, it's interesting. When I'm not running, we don't do as well. Yeah. And I'm going to try and get that changed for the midterms. But we did have a big win in Tennessee, as you know. Matt Van Epps had a big win in Tennessee against a very strong candidate, attractive candidate, who a lot of people thought would do very well. And Matt won by a lot. And I won Tennessee by a real lot. You know, we had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And there's a thing that they have now, districts, which is a big deal. I think in a way it's the most important stat from the standpoint of, you know, looking at numbers accurately. So out of thousands of districts, I won 2,750 versus 525. Think of that, 2,750 versus 525. It was great. That's why the map, when you see a map of the election, it's all red, other than two little narrow lines on the other side. Please.
Sir, Jimmy Lai was convicted today in Hong Kong. Do you have any reactions?
I feel so badly. I spoke to President Xi about it, and I asked to consider his release. He's not well. He's an older man, and he's not well, so I did put that request out. We'll see what happens. Okay? Yeah, please, Katie.
Question about Ukraine. Now that the meetings in Berlin have wrapped up with Zelensky, right, is there a timetable for going to Moscow? Is a delegation going?
Well, I think that the delegation is largely there right now, actually. They're in Europe, and they met with those people that I called out before, the various countries, plus some others. They want to see it end, Katie. They want to see it end. They all. I want to see it end. They want to see it end. I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. You know, I've had good talks. We've had good talks with Russia, and I think they'd like to get back to a more normal way of life.
And Mr. President, follow up there. An Article 5-like deal seems to be emerging without NATO membership for Ukraine. If such a security guarantee is offered, what incentive is there for Ukraine to give up any sort of territory?
Well, look, you have, they've already lost the territory, you know, to be honest. I mean, the territory is lost. But in terms of security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of that. And we're working on the security guarantee so the war doesn't start up again. We don't want to have a war start up again. You know, as I said, with Thailand and Cambodia, two people I get along with great. And I dealt with them, and I called them, and I said, look, fellas, you got to relax. You got to take it easy. They lost. You know, they started the war again. I got it ended. And things like that are going to happen, war. There's nothing pretty about war, nothing good, and there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we've made a lot of progress with respect to Russia and Ukraine. I hope. You know, last month, it was close to 27,000 soldiers were killed, mostly soldiers, but 27,000 people, but mostly soldiers were killed last month in Russia versus Ukraine.
Is there a time limit on security guarantees?
Well, there's no time limit. The time limit is whenever we get it done. I mean, we're going to try to get it done. We're making progress. It's more difficult than anybody could have thought. I would have said that half of the wars that I got settled, some were going for over 30 years, that half of them should have been more difficult, and they actually haven't been. There's a lot of dislike between the two leaders, you know that, and so it probably makes it a little bit tough.
Have you recently spoken directly to Putin? Have you recently spoken directly to Putin?
Yeah, I have.
On Syria, Mr. President, on the U.S. troops killed in Syria over the weekend, why do we have troops in Syria?
Because we're trying to make sure that there's going to be and remain peace in the Middle East, and Syria is a big part of it. The new leader is a strong person, and that's what you need. This is a rough part of the world, and it's been amazing what's taken place in Syria. We got rid of Assad. We got rid of other people that were really bad people and that were in the way of peace in the Middle East. You know, we have legitimate peace in the Middle East, first time in 3,000 years, and we have 59 countries backing it. And we'll see what happens with Hamas. We'll see what happens with Hezbollah. But regardless, I mean, we have countries that want to go in and clean that out if we want them to do it. But they said, in the case of Hamas, they said that they're going to disarm, and we're going to find out whether or not that's true. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been a problem. We'll see what happens there. But there is legitimate, large-scale peace in the Middle East. And if there weren't, we wouldn't have been able to make all of those deals that we've made with the various countries. They would have never been able to do that. If, for instance, if Iran, if we didn't, with that B-2 bomber right there on the desk, if we didn't, of which we just ordered a lot more of the newer version, totally stealth. They could not see it. They knew it was coming. They had no idea where it was. It was pretty amazing, actually. Every bomb hit its mark perfectly, despite CNN trying to say differently. They didn't know. They just, hoped. They hoped that we didn't, but it turned out that they did. Atomic Energy Commission confirmed it. So did Iran confirm it. They got knocked to hell. But if we didn't knock out their nuclear capability, we would have never had peace in the Middle East, because you would have had a dark cloud hanging over Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and all the other countries, and they would have never, ever been able to sign an agreement. Yeah, please.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in. But they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries. We have many countries that aren't even in the Middle East, but they're fairly close to the Middle East, they want to be involved. So it's been pretty amazing.
Mr. President, this week a man named Keone Rodriguez is going to federal prison for creating crypto privacy software. The case was started under the Biden administration, but your DOJ kept it going and secured the conviction. A lot of people in crypto are saying that this man should be pardoned. Are you familiar with the case at all, or would you be interested
I've
in
heard
looking
about
at
it. I'll look at it. Why, you think he should be pardoned? Sounds like it. Sounds like, based on your question.
Many people in the
Rodriguez, we'll look at that, Pam. Okay, let's take a look at it. You'll have to tell me. I don't know anything about it, but we'll take a look.
On Friday?
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, market analysts are calling for a Santa rally. Typically, it's 5 trading days going into Christmas. In the first 2 trading days in January, that's a sign of market optimism. Do you anticipate, along with the historical low gas prices, that continuing into the first quarter?
Well, we've had the greatest stock market in history, Brian. We have a stock market that's gone up 52 times to new highs during a 10-month period, my 10 months. My first 10 months, we set a record. 52 days, we had the highest stock market in history, including a day ago. And I didn't look today. Maybe it's up today, I don't know. But we had 52 altogether, and there's never been anything like it. And the reason are the tariffs have brought vast amounts of wealth into our country. That countries that have taken our car companies, those car companies are all coming back. The AI is coming at levels that nobody's ever seen before. That's going to be a massive industry. Without the tariffs, we wouldn't have that. Chips are coming in. Chip companies are coming in from Taiwan and other places, but mostly from Taiwan, which has almost 100% of the market. And we're now making chips. And we're not paying anything. It's not the CHIPS Act where they give billions of dollars to companies and then they just take the money and they run. That was under Biden. The fact that I set tariffs up and that if they don't make their chips here, they have to pay a big tariff. In order to send them into the U.S., they have to be here. Tariffs really work, in my opinion, almost only in the United States. They've been used against us successfully because we had presidents that had no clue. But tariffs really work. We have taken in hundreds of billions of dollars with tariffs, and more importantly, we've taken in countries and companies where, and even countries have sent their car-making people into the United States in order to avoid paying tariffs. And they'll build a plant and they'll hire our people to make the cars. But we now have, as you know, Toyota just approved $10 billion in manufacturing plants in the United States using our people. Without tariffs, none of that would have happened. Tariffs have given us great national security. There's nothing like what's happened in the last 10 months. Tariffs have given us tremendous national security and tremendous wealth. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I think something just happened that a lot of people didn't recognize, including, I don't know, I'm going to give you my hypotheses, and then you guys can go look it up yourselves and figure out, indeed, did that happen, as we get ready to conclude what's another 4.5-hour show. So here's my hypothesis that I would love any of you guys in law enforcement or the military to look up. I'm getting my notes. President Trump today said that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. His exact words. And at this meeting were General Raising Cane, Pete Hegseth. He mentioned Pam Bondi at the end. He goes, hey, Pam. Pam was there. Tom Homan was there, as well as a bunch of military people. So I'm going to tell you something. I want you to, before you answer, I want you to think about something. Did we just see the precursor for the Insurrection Act? Now think about this. He just named fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Let me take fentanyl out of that. Forget it's fentanyl. Let's say there's another weapon of mass destruction, a bomb. Let's say there's, I don't know, a China virus. Let's say anything of mass destruction. Who is in charge of protecting Americans from a weapon of mass destruction? That would be the military. So ergo, and I'm just playing this out in my head, I have no idea, I'm not in the military, but if there was a weapon of mass destruction being disseminated in a city, I don't know, let's say Chicago, there's a weapon of mass destruction being disseminated in Chicago. Would he have to wait for the mayor or governor to call in for protection from a weapon of mass destruction? If a weapon of mass destruction was being distributed throughout California, would he have to wait for the governor to call in for help against a weapon of mass destruction? I think what he just did, and nobody, I was waiting, I sat here waiting. I sat here waiting with my pen, and I'm like, is somebody going to ask this question? Or are you guys just going to let this weapon of mass destruction thing just float around out there? And I'm like, I think he just initiated something that these people don't even know. Because the answer to all those questions is, I don't believe he has to at this point. I believe if he declared this to be a weapon of mass destruction, he doesn't need permission to go into a city. So if they find out that, I don't know, Venezuelans, Mexicans, people are trafficking fentanyl into a city, which we already know they are, then he, ergo, by declaring said thing a weapon of mass destruction, would no longer need permission. And you can't sue. And so, I've never been in the military, but when I looked it up, because it struck me as wait a second, what the hell did he just say? I looked up weapon of mass destruction. And what is the application thereof for a mass destruction weapon? And here are, as I pulled it up, this was the information. A weapon of mass destruction declaration can refer to several related concepts in international or national law. Notice it doesn't say state. It primarily relates to formal statements by nations regarding their possession or lack thereof of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, as well as international declarations on non-proliferation. That's an international declaration. Down here, it goes into the national context. A U.S. national emergency. The U.S. has had a standing national emergency regarding weapons of mass destruction proliferation since 1994. It's been sitting there, which is consistently extended by the president, including the most recent continuation by President Biden in 2024. Their guy extended the weapons of mass destruction national emergency clause in November. It's just been sitting there. The definition. The U.S. law defines WMDs for criminal and national defense purposes to include chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear weapons, as well as destructive-like devices like large chemical explosives. As far as I remember chemistry in high school, fentanyl would be a chemical agent. Tell me I'm wrong. Domestic policy. The Department of Homeland Security has a Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction's office, and the Department of War issues strategies to address weapons of mass destruction threats. The specific nature of a mass destruction depends on whether it refers to a state's compliance with a treaty, a UN mandate, or a national policy statement. President Trump just declared fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction, which falls under DHS and the Department of War. So unless somebody can tell me otherwise, we just saw the hammer drop and nobody even realized it. So like I said, I listened to the man speak. I listened to his words. And when he said something like, oh, hold on, let me look this up. He doesn't do anything by accident, including the optics. Like, you see all these guys behind me? Yeah. Military, the only way. I just gave them the go-ahead. I could be wrong. I've never served in the military, but I do know how to read. And I'm just wondering. Yeah, what was the EO that he signed? That was it. That was it. He posted it. Let me see if they've since posted the EO. Hold on. Presidential actions, executive orders. Let me see if it's already on. Yep, it's already on the website. All right, so here you can see on December 15th, in terms of me reading a calendar, that would be today. They have already posted it on the website, designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. Designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction by the authority vested in me, yada, yada, yada. The manufacturer and distribution of fentanyl, primarily formed by organized criminal networks, threatens our national security. You can read it yourself. It's on whitehouse.gov. As President of the United States, my highest duty is the defense of the country. Implementation. The heads of relevant executive departments, the Attorney General, which is why Pam Bondi was there. And on, the Secretary of War. Yep, the Attorney General shall determine whether the threats posed by illicit fentanyl and its impact on the U.S. warrant the provision of resources from the Department of War to aid in the enforcement. It is on, people. And none of the people in that room had the sense about them to go, what did he just do? Nobody asked, hey, can you talk about Syria? How about Chicago? And, the guy in Brooklyn at the school. And nobody go, wait. What the hell is a weapon of mass destruction? They didn't know. They didn't get the talking in their earpiece. Hey, anybody want to check what the hell this means? No. And I checked it, and I was like, hey, you guys, he just dropped the hammer. The military, all behind him, and that's what it was for. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. You can read this for yourself. Remember it said, one of them said chemicals? Look, core precursor chemicals means the core chemicals to create fentanyl. It just happened and nobody knows it. It just happened. He now has the authority to go wherever he wants to send the military if fentanyl is involved, which, for the most part, they've been shipping it all around the country. So you may not be able to go into Idaho. I don't know how much fentanyl is in Idaho. But wherever they're shipping fentanyl, if they have a dog sniff out some fentanyl, I have the authority to go in there and check this out. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead and read it yourself. Because, OMG, I think he just dropped the hammer. People say I'm crazy, but I can read. I understand things. And if it's and all you have to do is take the word fentanyl out. Let's say it was a rocket, a bomb, nuclear, dirty bombs, weapons of mass destruction. What would you expect the military to do if somebody, some yahoo, brought in a missile into, Boise? You would expect the military to go take care of that weapon of mass destruction. He just said, you got one. We got fentanyl, mass destruction. People, as far as I'm concerned, he just rolled out the military, and most of them don't even know what just happened. I could be wrong. Oh, I'm looking in the chat. You guys can tell me, but OMG. Trump is a mad genius. Now it's on. Yep. I don't know. I mean, he'd been telling us, yeah, release the Hound Smithers. Oh my God, you're not crazy. I'm just reading. I'm like, I don't want you to just go along with me. I want you, like a lot of podcasts, I want you to do some homework and go, wait a second. Does that make sense? That's all you have to wonder. As he's talking, they're dropping stuff on the website. They're dropping news articles. Yeah, and then look up mass destruction. I went, oh, he just got them. And none of them even recognized it. And now it's already signed and done. And the best part about it, they can't sue because Biden extended it. Checkmate. Check effing mate. This had nothing to do with the medals. This had nothing to do with the medal ceremony. Oh, that's nice. Here, you got one here. You can have one. You can have one. By the way, I'm going to sign this real quick, okay? I'm going to sign this document that's going to basically screw these people to the wall, and they don't even see it coming. They thought they were here for some medals. You want one? Everybody gets a medal. It wasn't about the medals. It had nothing to do with the medals. Those medals do not equate executive order. And he signed it right in front of everybody. And then after he signed it, what did he do? He had the military hold it up. Hey, hold it up. Hold this up, guys. Look what we got. You ain't got one of these, do you? Oh, my goodness. Check, please. We're done. What's this guy say? Where is it? Somebody just said something. He went to the website. Where is it? Marcia says, I read it twice, and it does sound like he just unleashed the beast. There are people in this audience that are probably a lot smarter than me. I urge you to go read what I just read and see what you come up with. I'm joking because I'm absolutely stunned. I am completely stunned that nobody in that room understood what just happened in front of their eyes. Man. Oh my gosh. That's an awesome pickup, Mr. Berry. I had a hard time hearing. Go read it yourself. We all can talk about it tomorrow, but it's there in black and white, and you got to counter reference. You need to go to this. You saw, this is the actual order. This is the actual order that's on the page right now, which spells it out. But then you also have to go back to learning what a actual weapon of mass destruction is, and then look at the laws surrounding that, and then it's like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ooh, I love this fanfare family. What do you say? The fanfare family does more research than the mainstream media. We aren't dummies. I love that. I absolutely love that. Now you'll see all the people talking about Candace and Erica, and you're sitting back there reading. You're reading executive orders and definitions of weapons of mass destruction, and you're going to sit back and go, "Oh my God, oh my gosh, did I just see what I just saw?" They just announced it on Truth Social. Let me pull that up. What they say on Truth Social? Did he say that the military is the only way? Let me see if I can bring that up real quick. I don't see it on Truth yet. Sometimes it takes a while for those things to post. Let me refresh. But man, that could be just absolutely crazy. Let's see here. None of the reporters are smart enough to figure. And the thing is, I would understand not being smart enough to figure it out. But you heard what he said. And so while other people are asking the stupid questions, you could have just went, who secures weapons of mass destruction? And right there you would have known. Who's in charge of enforcing the protection of weapons of mass destruction? It doesn't say National Guard. Doesn't say the mayor of Chicago. It says the Department of War and the Attorney General. They are so effed right now they can't even see straight. Oh, my goodness. People on the left have no idea what the President Trump is doing. If this is what I think it is, he just destroyed them. And it was Biden's order. Oh, that's the funniest thing about it. Maybe they determined that one wasn't an auto pen. Oh no. Oh my God, this should be good. All right, so you guys take a look at it and let me know what you think. But it struck me as soon as I began looking it up. And I never want to be declarative. I never want to tell you guys anything. I always want to be that person that gives you information so you can go look it up yourself and go, yeah, I look it up. I kind of got it, or no, Barry, I don't see it that way. I don't see it how you can see it any other way. Because like I said, if you take the words fentanyl out and think of any other weapon of mass destruction, your next door neighbor has a nuclear bomb in the basement. You're not calling the police. And he just declared fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction that's being widely spread across the country, which means they can go anywhere to stop it. Let me know what you think. I'm not going to be able to do a second show today because we're already 4 hours in, plus we got to do the after party. So I didn't know it was going to be 5 hours today, but we are. Plus, I want to do some digging. All right, job for 9. Is silver going to go above 100? No, that's what Kevin was saying. Thornton Maloney, another unforced error with his Rob Reiner post. Yeah, it was. Cutting edge, but then I can't blame him. And remember, there are still bots on Twitter posting from foreign accounts, and people are still falling for the trap saying things like Bondi this, Trump that. B-Mark, Barry, we all love beautiful women. Our wives are beautiful. Correct. Yep, she's a gorgeous woman. Del Arfin, if you thought MAGA was splintering and Trump was losing, look at how many European countries love Trump. He'd win in many of them. Jose, Trump has to keep suing these lying media until they break. Yeah, that's what he said. He's going after the BBC. Thoughts on Obama moving to England, extraditable? I don't know. I'd have to look. I haven't researched Obama's extradition capabilities of England. Mobile Tech, where'd that go? Mobile Tech. I just heard GAO reporting almost $600 billion in fraud, with $25 billion just this year. Wow. 363 arrests, half of which were going to leave the country. No wonder Dems are fighting so hard to keep the subsidies going. Mobile Tech, were you or Ashley able to set up an interview with Promethean Action? That'll be a good one with Susan. Thank you, Barry. Keep the amazing. Nope, we haven't spoken to her yet, so we might have to look her up. Whew, what a day. Hold on. Let me. Somebody says Trump just posted the WND on White House website. Yeah, that's what I was showing you. That's specifically what was showing people here. Well, that's the wrong one. Where is it? By the way, if you ever wanted to negotiate here, it's under presidential actions. You go to executive orders, and there it is right there. That was posted not just now. That was posted while he was talking. While he was talking, I was able to get on there and dig that up, and I was like, whoo. Something's up. People aren't paying attention, but I think they'll pay attention now. I think it'll wake some people up. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. I've got some housekeeping stuff I have to do, so I won't be able. I didn't know we were going to go till almost 5 o'clock, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wow, big day, crazy day.
To certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in a fields where they lay, keeping their solemn stillness lay to hear the angels sing. Still through the cloven skies they come with peaceful wings and birds. heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Lay down his sweet